Here we are. Hello.
Hello. We're here.
We are Bakagang.
Yes.
Jeez. You're moving me around.
Sorry.
You warm?
I'm cold as fuck. Have you felt my feet?
Yeah, but your legs are warm.
Yeah, because I've been inside a blanket all day.
Mm.
While I was editing.
So?
Chapter 3!
Seems like my mouse is having a stroke again today.
And no, it's not a stroke, it's just a rave.
I don't know why it's doing that.
No, it's so funny.
It started doing that yesterday.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. It's just funny.
Hasn't done it in a long time, but...
It's having a rave party, that's all.
Since I made it to the software that's used for it is now running again on my computer. That's when it started.
Ah! So basically it's the fucking like driver.
It's the software that's running.
Causing it. That's so funny.
I think so.
That's so funny.
Oh.
What happened last time?
None.
I mean, true, not much did happen, but something did. Something very important did.
Oh yeah, we ran out of a restaurant because our phone was ringing.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
No, that's not it. But that did happen, yes. There was a diversion point that I forgot was there in the game. Where the game will either take you to May Queen, or it will take you to talk a little bit with Moeka. And because you chose deliberately to not answer any emails, you didn't go to May Queen. Because you had to reply to at least 2 of Mayuri's emails to actually pick up the fucking phone. So because of that choice, we ended up talking with Moeka instead.
Which then makes the scene a little weird because it's like, why did he run out of the restaurant?
Yeah.
If he's not gonna pick up the phone.
Yeah. Even before he ran out, it has the choice of I did something and then the choice is made there, because in the original game, you have the choice of picking up the phone or not. You can do it yourself. Now the emails throughout the game actually point to something else than just the true ending. Because some of the emails don't actually matter for the true ending. They're just kind of there to get like different ringtones and different wallpapers and stuff. Which you can't get anymore because the phone isn't really that big of a part of the game. So instead they just, has something like, how many emails have you replied to for different characters? But yeah. So like when we're gonna do our second playthrough, because we're definitely gonna be doing that, because we're definitely not gonna get the true ending, no matter what we do at this point.
Who cares?
Yeah, we'll get the true ending, because there's actually nothing will get explained if you don't do the true ending, honestly. So, but when we do our second playthrough, we will probably see that scene. So,
who says that will be in our second playthrough? I mean, I suppose we have to.
You have to.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Shit.
If you don't want to answer any emails, then you have to. There's no other choice. Even like in the original game, because if you wanted to 100% the game and therefore get all the achievements, you'd still have to play the game twice.
Yeah.
Because you had to fail one of the flag texts to get an achievement.
Yeah.
So, but it's fine. We'll see it another time. I was very confused, and I looked it up and found out why. I wasn't the only one who had problems with that. Because I'm so used to just, being able to pick up the phone whenever I want. In the original game. But yeah. We found the IBN 5100 at Lukaku's shrine. Very conveniently.
Apparently, Feris and her parents, I assume, or her parents, donated it to the shrine like 10 years ago.
Yeah. For some reason.
And told the priest that if at any point a young man comes and asks to borrow it, he has to say yes.
Mm-hmm. For some reason.
So I'm like,
that's sus.
who the fuck be her parents? What do they know?
Mm-hmm.
How are they linked to all of this?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yep.
But yeah, we found the IBM 5100. And then we were like, we're gonna put that aside for now. Let's look into more CERN shenanigans. And, oh boy.
Yep.
We got proof that they have done time travel by the fact that there was a jellified man inside a wall in the 20s in New York that was found back then.
Do you think that's why they call it the JELLYMAN reports?
Yeah, they call it JELLYMAN reports because everything gets jellified when it goes through. I'm pretty sure that's why. It just sounds funny.
It's interesting that for them, they also jellify.
They clearly haven't found a way for humans to pass through yet.
No, but it's just funny that it does exactly the same thing as the phone wave does.
I mean, I assume it's because neither of them has found a way for the curve black hole to be open enough to not completely shred them. Seems to be the problem.
But shredding them doesn't necessarily equal jellifying them.
No, but that's what happened when you look at the jellification. It got shredded at like a molecular level.
Molecular level or an
atomic level? Sorry.
Atomic level. Yeah. But
that's what causes it to be jellified like that. So if that happens to both of them, it's because of that they jellify.
All I'm saying is shredding doesn't equal jellification.
No.
But
if it's the same thing that causes the shredding,
if it's the same process that happens,
I would assume it's the same process.
Okay, sure. Let's go with that. It's just, yeah. It's a little weird, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously they're doing human experimentation, and they've done 14 so far. That we know of. So that's interesting.
At least where we could find.
Yeah, we're not done looking. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be more after this.
Plus, we also need to use the IBM 5100.
Yeah.
To
look at their secret database.
Yep. That is comprised of hex.
No, it's not hex code. Clearly, the game says it's not hex code. It's a dead programming language. Don't worry about it.
They showed it to us, and it's hex code.
I know.
I do not care that they say otherwise. It's not what it is.
Well, the normal human being wouldn't know what hex code was anyways. I only know because I've had programming. And you only know because you're very much into IT and programming. The average human being would not know.
If you know enough about math.
No, I would not say so.
No, I'm not saying they would know that it's hexadecimal hex code, but they would recognize it as a matrix.
Yes. That's true.
At least.
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that which programming language it is.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know.
We only know because, we'd be kind of knowledgeable in that department for specific reasons, where the average human being definitely will not be.
I thought there would be a lot of people like me who are playing this because they're interested in the subject.
Maybe the physics part, not the programming part.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's also just a good game, so a lot of people also just play it.
I could just imagine that there would be at least some kind of overlap between loving physics and not necessarily being interested in, but knowing how to program.
Not necessarily. Again, I only know it because I took a programming class because it was easy for me to do a programming class.
Yeah, but it's just it's more because
and they're useful.
Yeah, it's more because if you are studying physics, researching physics, you might have to make your own software. You might.
No, you'd hire someone to do that.
Okay.
In research.
You don't think you would learn how to code?
No.
Okay.
No. Like when the study I'm helping with over at the pathology department, we sent that data to the mathematicians who made the programming and the algorithm. We don't sit.
The mathematicians programmed it?
They made the algorithm at the very least. They're the ones handling it. If whatever they outsource the program itself, I don't know. But they're handling all the data implementation into the algorithm.
Yeah, I understand that the like, because handling the data.
Yeah.
They probably know how to apply the data into the algorithm. But I don't think they have built the algorithm. Because that wouldn't make sense.
My point is just that pathologists just, use their knowledge, what they have within their field, to point out where the malignant cells are, and then sends it on to someone else to implement it.
They use the knowledge to spot it.
They probably also use someone to make the software, so to speak.
Yeah.
So you would work together for different fields to do what you are good at. You wouldn't necessarily learn anything new in that like that, because there's no reason to. Someone's already a much better expert than you at doing it.
I wonder what kind of people they've hired.
I don't know that much.
What is their title?
I don't know. He just said mathematicians, so that's what I said.
No, that's the programmers, the ones building the algorithm and
probably engineers. Program. I would assume they're software engineers.
Software engineers? Possibly.
They deal with a lot of machine learning and stuff, so I would assume they're engineers.
There are so many other things you could be to make that kind of thing.
Yes.
So it's engineers
but usually
is not the only
when
thing.
you hire a company, it's often engineers that are there to develop, and they might have other kinds of programmers to just do the hard coding. But you'd still need an engineer to develop said software. They're the only ones who have the credentials to do so. Now you just want to know.
No, it's more developer positions? No.
I don't know what it is you're even looking for.
Well, all the different kinds of jobs you can have, like all the different kinds of developer you can be.
Just say job positions, maybe?
This, right? Or is it Sean?
Yes, it's Sean. It's French.
Yeah, right. French. I don't want to go to job index. Because they're...
But the most common one is software engineer.
Developer position titles. There we go. Full stack developer, web developer, junior developer, software developer, software architect, chief technology officer,
CTO.
front end developer, software engineer, engineering director, junior software.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Also back end developer. Back end developer is actually quite lucrative.
Yes, if you like backend.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who need it, or a lot of companies that needs backend developers. If they have any kind of custom software, they need backend developers.
Yeah, but a lot of these positions would be taken up by some kind of engineer.
Yeah, and then you also just have programmer.
Yeah, programmers are the ones who do the hard coding after the engineer has told you what the fuck it is they needed and the baseline.
Programmer is quite a.
It's a broad title.
Honestly.
And the programmer, honestly, could also just be a newly finished engineer. Honestly.
What did I say? Programmer is a generic name for someone who knows how to code. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But often these are engineers.
Yeah.
Very often.
Yeah.
At different experience levels.
The cool thing, if we don't look at the engineer stuff, a lot of this you can become without getting any formal education.
Yeah, you can if you build up your experience.
Yeah, as long as you have experience.
Like my uncle could probably have one of these if he wanted to, because technically he has an education, but what he has is basically just learn from a master, and the rest he has from experience with working.
Yeah.
With IT, so you can do it, but it's gonna take obviously a lot longer. Engineer is just a fast way up.
Yeah,
because just by having the education, you basically have rights for a higher salary, at least here, and you just have more. What is it called? Credentials? No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Some kind of proof. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah,
proof of
criteria. They wouldn't want to hire an engineer for lower positions because they're just, they're too highly educated.
Yeah. It's a higher education.
Yeah, exactly. It is a long education, as it's called. Very long.
You can almost call developer jobs for entry level, honestly.
Yeah, for engineers, yeah. If as a junior developer, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. That's also what Christian. He also worked as a backend developer assistant. So.
Yeah.
When he was studying, that is.
There's a website. I forget what it's called.
Closer and closer to her, and she's just trying to relax.
There's a website where you can learn how to code in I think it's 3 different languages or whatever it is. And it is a way to, if you go through their courses, which is basically it's gamified. The whole thing. It's a big RPG that teaches you how to code.
Yeah.
And when you're done with that, you can basically apply as a backend developer.
Yeah.
When you're done with that, so.
Okay.
Which is lucrative, considering the amount of education you need for it.
Yeah. Because they care more about how good you are, honestly.
Yeah. It's all about.
Because programming is really about experience.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You don't need to get a formal education to get into that kind of stuff.
as just a programmer, you can do many things, but you cannot be ahead of a project if you're not an engineer, unless you have maybe 20 plus years of experience working in projects. Then maybe.
Engineering is also like...
Engineering is development. That's what it is.
Yeah. Project management.
Yeah. And development of new technologies. That's what you do as an engineer. So.
Yeah. So, anyways.
Yes. Well, let's get in there. We talked about everything that basically happened there. So check the top one now.
Yeah. Because you have made a save file for the first message?
Yeah, the first message we received, so we don't have to go through the entire fucking prologue. Because this is like halfway through the chapter 1.
Okay.
And we receive our first message.
The ticking of the clock is like a hammer inside my head. It's past 2 a.m. I was right. We're in too deep.
Too bad.
This is bad. Real bad. I like they have a fire extinguisher.
Yeah. I mean, they do have electronics. I assume it's a CO2 fire extinguisher.
Not to mention they have a gas stove. I assume it's gas stove because, Japan.
Definitely is. Just don't use it on humans, okay? The ones who have carbon dioxide in, please don't spray it on humans if they're on fire. You will kill their skin. It hurts like a motherfucker. Yes.
Yeah, because it's cold as fuck.
Yeah, but only that, the CO2 will basically just completely erase any form of connection with oxygen that your skin needs.
Yeah.
Don't do it. It is for electronics.
Yeah. The powder ones are fine.
Yeah. But most places don't have those.
No.
So please have something, put water on human beings.
But you can often buy the powder ones that has already been emptied and fill them up with other stuff. Like,
you can.
My cousin, when he turned 25,
yes,
is that the
25.
age?
That's when you pour cinnamon on someone if they're not married yet.
Yeah,
it's a fucking weird tradition, and I don't agree with putting it on humans.
Me neither.
And some people even burning it while they're doing it. Many accidents happen because of this shit.
Yeah, I don't agree with it either. Which is why I told my friends to not do it.
No. Again, for my parents, I just received some cinnamon spice.
I won't do it to you, so please.
Yeah.
Do not do it to me.
I was just fine with receiving some, cinnamon spice on the side from my mom.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I just don't want it poured out everywhere in my apartment because it's going to be fucking hell to get it anywhere.
But his friends had taken an empty canister of fire extinguisher, put cinnamon in, and then sprayed him with it.
Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Just, if there's fire on a human, just take some fucking water. Anything with water. A vase, a cup, it doesn't matter. Just don't spray carbon dioxide on them, please.
Or use some kind of big blanket that isn't too fire.
A jacket, anything that could cover the entire area.
Yeah, yes. to
you can also
to choke out the fire.
Yes, you can do that too.
To stop it from
There's so many
oxygen.
ways to stop it if you don't even have a water hose or fire hose. That's what it's called. That one is clearly carbon dioxide, the one they have there, which is the common thing to know. Mm-hmm. But it's just it's not even for other services. It's just technically just for electronics.
Yeah,
because it doesn't damage the electronics. Yes.
Also, because electronics burn in a different way.
Yeah, they do.
You can't.
You might be able to get the fire away, but there could still be smoke, so it's technically still burning. Yeah. And that would ruin the electronic device. So that's why you have to make sure you do it correctly.
Not to mention, the CO2 is also good for oil that is on fire.
Yes.
So if you are cooking something and the oil that you're cooking with catches on fire, and you have a lot of it, CO2 or choking it in some way.
Yeah, because otherwise, again, a lot of smoke could come out from it, and it could ruin whatever you're using, but it could also ruin everything else.
Yeah.
Smoke can just ruin so many different things. So just because there's no fire doesn't mean that it's safe.
Smoke imprints on everything around it.
And it's gonna destroy everything.
Yeah. It'll never come out.
I only remember this because I just took my yearly course in how to handle fires at hospitals. That's why I remember everything of this right now.
Yes.
It's only been a week ago I took it.
Oh. Okay. Well.
I took it at work because they're gonna pay me for it anyways.
ゲル化したってこと?
Yes. Duh.
Upon hearing the familiar word jellified, I reflexively look at a bunch of bananas placed next to the computer.
人体実験
Jesus.
か。
Okay.
That's what you take away from this? Okay. Kurisu doesn't even avert her eyes from the gruesome image.
しかも完全ではないけどタイムトラベルを成功させてるってことになるわねこれ。
Yeah, I mean, the person did end up in 1920 something.
Wasn't it 1950 something?
No, pretty sure it was 1920 something.
Whatever. Don't remember.
They like CERN has been around since the 1950s.
Yeah.
But this is clearly before that, so that's why I was like, clearly this has to be time travel because CERN didn't exist at that point.
この新聞記事
1921.
1921年のニューヨークタイムズよ。
Yeah.
Why did they end up in New York?
I don't know why they sent them to New York.
That's a little weird, because that would mean that not only is it a time machine, it's also a teleporter.
Yeah.
If they were doing it in, France. Which I assume that's what they're doing, because that's where CERN is located.
Yeah.
They don't really have locations elsewhere in the world.
No, not for this. They don't have any LHCs anywhere else that could handle this, so.
およそ90年前か。
見て。
Yeah, it's more than 100 years now.
Jellified.
Oh, it's hard to look at a quantification.
The jellified corpse of a man. She's pointing to his shoulder, which has writing on it. Perhaps it was printed on his shoulder, on his clothes. It fused onto the jellified body, but you can somehow manage to read it.
Really?
Can you? Okay. I could not read it.
I don't
But
remember
maybe if you
can
zoomed
read.
out a little.
Yeah, I don't know if you can read it on the CG in the original game. I didn't look when I used it for the thumbnail.
As if they wanted to claim their work.
I think it's more something to do with the fact he was wearing a uniform for this.
Yeah. But Okabe, you know.
Also, I mean, they might also just want it to say CERN so that they could find it. Like, any proof that it worked and it was theirs.
Do we know which one of the experiments this is?
Number 10.
Number 10? Okay.
Yep.
So I assume they already knew that it was jellifying people.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
At least it probably has been before that. But the point is just, they're sending them back in time. So essentially they have to look through old newspaper articles and pictures and stuff to look for these jellified people. And therefore, to know it's them and not someone else, they would have to do something to recognize it. Like CERN. It's being spelled on the body of it, right?
Yeah.
Since they have to actually look for the results in the past.
セルンは LHC を使ったタイムトラベル実験で人間を1921年へと送り込んだ
That is what it would seem like, yes.
生きたままというのは失敗したみたいだけどね。
Hey, yeah. Human is dead. It literally says that.
ゼリーマンズレポートはこれだけか？
いや、まだ結構ある。全部で14人分かな。
もしもゼリーマンという言葉が
Oh, what the fuck? I saw that too.
Yeah.
その数だけ人体実験の犠牲者がいるという
Yes.
ことか。
Maybe a little problem with the animation.
I don't know.
Something. I
I
don't know.
don't remember it happening in the anime, but it could just be the implementation in the game.
Yeah, could be. I'm awfully thirsty. Same. I have to wait for my soda to cool down. I take a
I take a cold Dr. P pull out of the fridge.
Come on, brain, you can do this. I took it. I'm pretty sure I'm not having a stroke.
No, you're not having a stroke. If you were having a stroke, you would, feel more than just words not forming in your mouth correctly.
Okay. I take a cold Dr. P out of the fridge and wet my throat. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a sentence.
Yeah, it's such an explanation. It's like, what are you
Wet
doing?
my throat.
Yeah.
So you're not drinking it?
I don't know. Don't worry about it. I just love the words that he uses sometimes.
Fucking just say you're drinking it.
Yeah.
Jeebus.
ジェリーマンズレポート9。被験者ダン・ストレイスキ26歳
Dan
出
Straysky.
身カナダ。
Canadian?
That's...
What?
Z プログラム4。実験日2004年9月6日14時10分。実験結果エラー。ヒューマンイズデッド。ミスマッチ。
I can just...
I love the fact that it's just being translated into English, but English instead of her actually translating it properly, like everything else. It's so fucking funny. Like, why can't she say the words in Japanese?
Yeah. And this... Human is dead.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny. But whatever, it's Japanese people making this game.
Yeah, because it should have just been like results, error, dead human, mismatch.
Or the human died, and or human status, dead. There's so many things you could do, but whatever. Human is dead is such a you would never ever write or say it if you were an actual English speaker. It's just a Japanese thing. Because you could say that in Japanese.
Even if you weren't an English speaker, you would have someone to write it for you, and it had to be, in a scientific article, so it would be written correctly. Not like this. But whatever.
新聞記事の切り抜きの
Oh, well, we
方
can't check this one. It's
こ
French.
れフランス語ね。私も読めない。
Les cadavres...
De l'homme qui est tombé dans la... I don't know how to pronounce that E.
Dans la forêt... Forêt? Forêt.
Forêt, I think.
Forêt.
De...
Oh, right. They use the back of their
Yeah.
tongue. Forêt.
De Faubourg Poe. I don't fucking know what that is. But it's another jellified cadaver.
Yeah.
As you can see.
Yeah.
In a forest somewhere. Well, we could read some of it.
We can sort of make out some of the words.
Yeah.
Because,
31日
It
those
reminds us of-
words have been put into English.
Yeah.
They're bored from French, so...
January 31st, 2001. So 3 years back.
場所はフランスのポーかな。
They misspelled the place. That's what Po is. Oh my fucking god.
Maybe.
Japanese people. It was spelled with a capital P, so I assume it's the same. It just misspelled it because they're Japanese people.
2001, that's fairly recent. That's 9 years ago, my dude.
Yeah, but compared to 1921.
Oh, yeah. But it's still almost a decade ago.
Yeah, but from the experiment, it's 3 years. This experiment took place in 2004. So. Yeah.
A pretty big difference from James McCarthy, who jumped nearly 19 years. 19
years! Yes, we did this back in the 40s.
90 years back to 1921. So far, the ones we've looked at, they have all ended in the year 1.
Yeah, don't know if that means anything, but
Probably not.
No.
It's most likely just a coincidence so far.
We'll have to see.
Dado calls up a machine translation, giving us the following.
January 31st, 2001. Collapsed male corpse discovered in forest outside Pau, France. Its left foot was fused to a
It's not an
trunk.
image?
I don't know. And the body had jellified. I don't know. He might also, just written every single letter into his translation machine. Don't know.
According to what he did earlier, he used the software to
Yeah, but maybe it's like since Kurisu can't read this either, like she could with the English stuff, maybe he's forced to.
Because the first time he didn't translate stuff was because it was an image.
Yeah, but then she's immediately started reading it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
ジェリーマンズレポート8被験者リンダ・ヒル25歳出身イギリス
72. Okay.
Yeah. October 2nd.
Z プログラム4実験日2004年2月15日13時45分
Also in 2004.
Also, now, the red text, there's a comma before human.
There's this error.
So it would be error, comma, human is dead, no full stop,
Nope.
and then mismatch.
Yeah.
Human is dead mismatch.
Don't worry about it.
They did not proofread this.
No. Infinite compression by the supergravity. Something significant point street in the curved black hole not able to be endured. Yeah, so it's because of the supergravity in the curved black hole that they end up jellified.
Yeah.
And I would assume
it's
the banana thing is the same in the microwave.
It's the
'cause we haven't
immense
meant to control the curved black hole.
It's the immense gravitational pull that is tearing them apart.
When they go through the black hole. Yeah.
Because that's kind of what we expect to happen when you go into a black hole, is that you're going to get torn apart.
Yeah.
Because your body cannot handle the amount of G-forces that you're going to basically hit when you get into when you pass the event horizon.
Yes. If you even reach the end horizon.
Yeah. Before that, you could even be torn apart.
Yeah.
Because the event horizon is when the gravitational pull is greater than the speed of light.
Yeah. But my point was just this is probably the exact same thing that's going on inside the microwave, because we obviously am not controlling the curved black hole and keeping it open.
The interesting thing, though, is that we kept an eye on, or Kurisu kept an eye on the banana when it then went back to its original
when it disappeared
place.
and then went back. It might just have been so instantaneous that you can't really see when, like, the shredding, so to speak.
Yeah. For some reason, at that point, the Kerr black hole would have been so small, so minor, that it instantaneously disappears after the banana then instantly goes through it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It has to be so fast that you just cannot perceive it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Alright.
実験結果エラー Human is dead ミスマッチ
That's not what's written!
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What's up?
The fuck? Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, it's India.
Everything else is English. What?
Because a lot of Indian people speak English. This is just a place. Tamil Nadu Dharmapuri is a place in India.
I guess.
So that
what's with the text that's like...
I think it's because the newspaper is so thin you can see the printing on the other side. I think that's what it's supposed to show.
Sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah.
1972年10月2日インドタミルナードゥー州のダルマプリの路上でゼリー状になった女性の遺体発見遺体は放置された後で車にひかれた跡があり下半身は損壊していた
Wow.
Why? I mean, the person might just have appeared right in front of a fucking car.
ゼリーマンズレポート7被験者ミハイル・ラング33歳出身ドイツ
Michael Lang.
Why the fuck is his name Michael Lang if he's German?
That just means that he lived in Germany. It doesn't say nationality. It says, if she says, place that you live.
Still.
I mean, there are lots of different people in Germany. So, different names, just like here. I'm not surprised by it.
I don't know. I find it a little weird.
Z プログラム4 実
This is
験
not
日
a typical German
2002
name.
年10月8日13時28分
No, but it's... I don't know, I have a feeling that the people coming up with these names aren't really thinking about that, oh wait, different countries have different kinds of names. They're more or less just everything's just kind of English.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese people would be like, yeah, this sounds like a foreign name.
Yeah, exactly. There's also the Canadian person.
I mean, that I'm not surprised because it's clearly an East European or Russian name, and there are a lot of those over in America. But it's not typical Canadian, though.
No. Well, I don't know exactly how mixed it is in Canada compared to America.
It's less than America, but way more than you'd expect, I think.
実験結果エラー Human is dead ミスマッチ
You're gonna hear that a lot. Oh my god, it's Japanese!
Holy shit!
Setsan, okay.
Holy scheiße.
Nakayama, okay.
May 24.
1936. The corpse of what is believed to be a jellified human was discovered at the base of Mount Hiei in Kyoto. It was in a damaged state, possibly from having slipped down the slope.
Of the mountain.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is very, like, Mount Hiei is a very, steep thing.
I have a question though. When they become jellified, how structurally sound are they? The bananas didn't exactly seem
No, I don't
structurally
think they're
sound.
very structurally sound.
So if they were sliding down the slope of the mountain, wouldn't it just be a puddle of gel?
I don't know. I think that might also be the whole thing that the more force you have, maybe the more resistant there is in it. We don't really know.
Oh, you think it's more of a Newtonic?
It could be have similar properties. We don't really know anything about. We haven't tested this gel.
Yeah, no.
Just saying, it could be.
That's not how I view gel.
No. But it's just gel-like. We don't really... Like, it's been shredded at an atomic level. We don't really know what that means.
No, but they do specifically call it jellification, therefore...
Yeah, because it looks and feels like gel when they touch it.
Yeah.
But who knows if they've tested how much force it can withstand and still keep its shape.
If CERN also calls it jellification, then I would assume...
We don't know if they've tested it either, since they keep sending them back to the past.
They're more official than we are,
Yes.
that these people are, so they would most likely know whether it's just, jellified or if it's something else.
If they care enough about it.
Or they would. I am pretty sure they would.
I'm not sure they would care about what it turns into. I think they just care about the fact that the human is dead.
If you, as a researcher, doing an experiment, get a weird ass results, you're like, you are going to be examining the hell out of it.
Yeah, but we also know what it is. We know that it's shredding from an atomic level. That's all they need to know. That's what it is. We just don't know how it behaves, and that's not really a necessary conclusion to make based on what they want from the experiment.
I don't think you're right with that. I think they would definitely look way more into it. Because everything's important.
Not necessarily. Sometimes you have to concentrate on what it is you want to do. It costs
But when
money
you're
and
dealing
time.
with something like this, where you're not sure what parameter exactly is, like, you have to change to make things more stable.
Yeah, but they already know what the problem is. They just have to find a way to solve it. The problem is, they already know what they need to know to keep developing on it. So figuring out how this gel behaves is not necessary for figuring out how to stop it.
You don't know that.
No, but we know that it's a shredding because of supergravity. So they know exactly where to go from it. They know how it looks structurally, this jelly. How it physically behaves doesn't matter because they don't need the gel. They need it to not be gel.
No, but it's also important that your clarification in your article doesn't just state assumptions.
Sometimes you just come up with a word because you've never seen it before. It happens all the time in the scientific world, honestly.
Yeah, but this is different.
Yeah, they call it jellification because it looks like jelly. But it's kind of also...
Because it would look and behave like jelly.
Not necessarily. That's an assumption on your part. You also have to remember they sent them back to the past. It's kind of hard to test it after it happens.
I assume they haven't always sent them far back into the past or for some reason to a completely different place on Earth.
Yeah.
So I assume they have also done some smaller ones, probably ones that aren't human experiments, where they have, looked into what's happening.
I just don't agree that it's a necessary thing to test out. Other than they figured out what it is, then they made a theory on why it happens. That's all they need to continue the research.
But even if it was a Newtonic fluid, or like a Newtonic fluid, sliding down the slope of a mountain would still not keep it intact.
No, obviously. That's also why they clearly saw bruising. But we also don't know how far it slid down.
They said it's damaged. We don't know what they mean by damaging. Bruising is different.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's damage from sliding down, but I just mean we don't really know how far it slid down. We don't really know where it came from, how high up the mountain it was. It doesn't state that in the article. So it could just have been 10 meters for all fuck we know.
Even if it was just 10 meters, it would still fall apart.
As compared to how sticky it is.
It would still fall apart.
Yeah, it looks very sticky.
If it was sticky, it wouldn't slide down.
Oh, because it's dirt, it could, because dirt would just stick to it.
You're trying to make your theory perfect, and...
No, I'm just trying to have a discussion. That's all I'm doing.
Your arguments are kind of out there.
I'm just trying to make the game lore make sense, that's all.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense.
It makes sense to me. I'm just trying to come up with theories as to why it could happen in real life, if it happened in real life. Because this game relies heavily on the fact that you can suspend your disbelief and believe this is actually something that could happen in reality, even if we all know that that's not how fucking microwaves work.
I don't think they're going as far as to making the whole jellification seem super perfect.
No, but it is an important part of theories on the physics side. Like, you just started questioning it, and I'm like, well, this could have happened, and then it could be like that. I'm just having a discussion. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm always a devil's advocate. You know that.
Okay. I don't know how steep the slope is, because I don't know this mountain.
That's one of the coffee.
Do you know this mountain?
I know it, but I haven't been there. Let me find it.
Because that's kind of the information we're missing here.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's slided down the slope.
Yeah.
I am not 100% sure what they mean by that. Because if it's at the base of the mountain, the slope wouldn't be steep enough for it to slide down.
This is Mount Hiei.
It's not very...
At places it is.
At places it is, obviously, but...
It's pretty close to Kyoto, so it's not like a super tall mountain. You can hike up.
Yeah. It's just... I would like some more information about this.
They say 11 miles to hike up.
Yeah. But if it is as you says, 10 meters, you suggest... just an example. It
doesn't slide much, but they just suggest that it probably came to being a little bit higher up than where it was found.
Yeah. I cannot suspend my disbelief that this jellification, no matter how it behaves, is structurally stable enough to take any kind of sliding.
It is 850 meters elevation.
Oh yeah, well, I assume it's not from the top of the mountain.
I don't know. That was just how tall it was. That can sometimes help with, how steep it is.
I would just have like for the information to be like, how steep was the slope it was sliding down off? Because
you just want to know everything, and the game just chooses to not focus on that. It focuses on the times, the places, and the results. It doesn't really focus on, exactly how far up the mountain was found, because that's not really important.
They say the base.
Yeah, it was found at the base, but it doesn't say like how steep the mountain is, because it's not really important for the plot at large.
No, but it's important. Like, they clearly... Hang on. Jellified human was they clearly recognize it as a human.
Yeah.
A jellified human. It was in a damaged state. We don't know what the damaged state is.
No.
And they said that it has slid down the slope.
Possibly from having slid down.
Having slid down the slope. All I'm saying is, if they could still recognize it as human, it has not slid down the slope.
That's compared to what they define as this is probably human.
Like, first of all, how do they know it's human? How do they know it's a jellified human? They have never seen this before.
No, I don't know.
They just see something
It might
that
be
looks
a
like
translation thing.
Yeah.
It could be a human-looking or human-like jellified. They could have said in Japanese for all the fuck I know.
Oh yeah. But what I'm
humanoid. Maybe. Sorry, I was just trying to find a word.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, never mind. I don't remember how to say that. All they see is some kind of jelly thing that looks sort of human for some reason. I don't think they would ever really be like, oh, this is a jellified human. Why would they assume it's human? Why would they assume that it's a human that has been jellified? They have no reason to believe that. I can hear and feel that my nose is slightly stubbed. And it's very annoying. It's very distracting.
Oh no.
Because it's making these sounds inside my head. Whenever I'm making a sound that is supposed to go through my where air is supposed to go through my nose. Because with the other ones we've seen so far, they've all just been in place. I don't know. The whole, like, I get the jellification, like, or that it's like it's shredded, it's torn apart on the atomic level. But how does that translate to its being not stable? That's not what I'm looking for. Being structurally sound enough to keep its shape. If everything has been torn apart, and especially if it also behaves like a Newtonic fluid.
I mean, that was just something
it was
I
an
put
example.
out. I don't know at all.
It was an
how it
example,
works.
but it's just I'm just trying to go through everything that it could possibly be. Like, no matter if it is actually like jelly, it behaves like jelly, or if it's Newtonic fluid or anything like that, because as soon as you are specifying it as a jellification, and from what we have seen, Like I don't know how different this jellification is for CERN compared to what we've seen with the bananas. The bananas are clearly falling apart.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
But not like they still maintain their shape.
They're still maintaining some
somewhat,
of its shape, which still doesn't really make sense for me. I don't know how that is possible. Like, because one thing is to say that it is jellified because it has been torn apart, it has been shredded. Everything, all atoms and everything has been shredded.
Yes, because the black hole is so tiny.
Yeah. But because you can make something out of gel. No, they do specifically use the G spelling of jellified.
Yeah, because it's gel, like a gel, not like, jelly as you eat.
No. And with jelly, you can have it set in such a way that it is structurally stable, structurally sound, so it keeps its shape. That's how it is with jelly. But gel, on the other hand, typically doesn't keep its shape. Because gel is a liquid. And even a Newtonic fluid is also a liquid. Like, it's in the name, it's a fluid. Because it only gets hard when you apply pressure to it. And if it's just still, it'll fall into a puddle. So the more I think about it, the less everything that we have been told so far about these people, jellified people who have been discovered around the place or in the different times makes no sense. It's like,
technically gel is not liquid, it's semi-solid.
It's not.
So that means it can hold its shape somewhat, since it's semi-solid.
In the size of a human, no.
I still think it probably would be able to do it.
No,
Honestly,
it would not.
since it is semi-solid.
I think you're overestimating how much of a solid it is. Sure, you can make gel that is quite solid, but the problem is when you have something as big as a human, no matter how solid it is, but as long as it's gel, it will fall apart. Especially because it hasn't specifically been made to hold its shape for whatever stance they have. Like the whole fusing with material things, like into the wall, 1 foot fused with what was it, a tree trunk? Or like a tree.
Yeah.
In the one from France. It's all... That's like, sure. Because that's...
They manifest there.
Yeah.
Regardless of what is there.
They end up inside the things. Which is why they fuse together with it. That's like, sure. That makes sense. Well, But just because it's a solid, not all solids are structurally sound. And especially not when it comes to having the solid be in the form of a human. You're still looking into this?
Yeah.
Okay.
It says here, many gels display texotropy. They become fluid agitated but re-solidify when resting. In general, gels are apparently solid jelly-like materials. It is a type of non-Newtonian fluid. By replacing the liquid with gas, it is possible to prepare aerogels. Materials with exceptional properties including very low density.
But that's when you specifically want it to be structurally sound.
No, this is like general thing for gels. This is the physical properties of gel.
No, you talked about aerogel.
Oh, yeah. If you replace the liquid with gas. Yeah.
Because aerogel is quite structurally sound, but I'm pretty sure this is not aerogel. And this is
No.
being made by being
but the
violently torn apart.
Yeah, I'm saying the rest, I was just reading what it said, but the stuff I started with is general for all gels, not just for aerogels.
Yeah, but you also have to remember this gel has weight to it. It has mass.
Yeah, I know.
And when you put it into something as tall as a human, no matter how...
But it doesn't only have... It also has specific bonds in between the atoms. That is how it can keep its shape.
Until there's enough pressure on top.
Yeah, but the question is whatever there is, because we don't know the density of it.
With the amount of gel there is.
That doesn't speak to anything when you compare it to density.
Looking at how it was falling apart as the banana, as small as a banana, the human ones would not keep their shape at all. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think they were falling that much apart.
They were falling apart enough.
It might also just be the fucking anime that's fucking it up.
I don't know. Do you have a CG for it?
Yes, I most definitely do. Definitely do.
Because I can obviously only go out from what they've shown us so far.
Yeah. Should be under this somewhere down at the bottom, because that's where all the common images are. No, there's a picture, but yeah, there's like these here. And then there's two.
Yeah.
Like, sure, they like fall a little bit apart, but generally they keep their shape pretty well in here compared to the anime. The anime is kind of like making them look more jellified.
The anime makes them fall apart a lot more.
Yeah. And again, if you follow like the rules, the general like rules of physical properties for gel as it is defined, if you start poking in it, it's gonna like completely get damaged and stuff. That's why when they just poke in it, it's just...
Yeah.
But if you leave it alone, its shape's gonna be maintained. That's the physical properties of a gel.
Yes.
Most of the time.
Again, depending on the amount of weight that's on top.
Yes.
because the reason why it becomes agitated when you touch it is because you put enough pressure.
Yeah, force, not pressure, force.
Force onto it, and with enough weight from its own material on top, it will also become agitated because of the force.
Yeah, I mean it's
sheer force.
Yeah, and it's compared to like, okay, the one at the mountain maybe it was laying down, so maybe there wasn't really that much force on it. We don't really know. The one on the wall is kind of held up by the wall.
Sort of, but still not enough.
I don't know. All I'm saying is like it's not like all the mass is pointed in one place. I would understand if the feet were like over time because there's so much force on it. Mm-hmm. But the hand that was up here, for example, in the wall, I don't think there would be that much weight on it.
No, but an arm that is free and hanging like this, how would this stay attached?
That's compared to how heavy this arm is. Arms aren't really that heavy.
And no matter how dense it is, the more dense it is, the more weight there is.
Yes, but I don't think it's denser than the arm is when it was not.
Because you have to remember that, yes, gel does have the properties of keeping its shape as long as it's standing still.
You keep hitting it.
Because I'm using my arms.
Yeah, then don't do it right in front of you. Do it to the side.
But as soon as you have something that doesn't have anything to hold it up except for its pulling, then it's way different. There wouldn't be enough gel mass up here to keep it up.
I don't know.
I would say.
It's stuff we don't know enough about.
Nope. But I just don't believe that it's solid enough for it to keep its shape. No matter if it's sliding down a slope or standing still. Because especially if it's sliding down a slope, I don't think it would be recognizable as a human anymore.
Again, it might also just have been humanoid in the fact that maybe they can still see that it had 4 limbs and a head. You could possibly still be able to discern that. I don't think it would be one big blob.
I'm not saying it necessarily has to be one big blob. I know that's what I said earlier.
Yes, that is what you said. I don't think it will be that.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be that, but it would definitely be, if anything, in pieces.
Yeah, but if you can there are 2 legs and 2 arms.
Possibly, if it stayed together enough for that. Even.
I would assume
I would even assume that the...
May I finish?
I was the one who was continuing my thought.
I was also continuing my thought.
Can I...
No.
Okay. I'm always the one who has to stop, so... That's a sentence.
I was in the middle of saying something. I wasn't finished.
So was I. It doesn't matter when it's me, but when it's you, it's more important.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways, go ahead.
It was just, my thought was more like, if we can agree that maybe the legs or arms have been ripped off from the sheer stress that it would have, those legs or arms might still be semi structural enough because nothing else has happened to them since they got torn off that you would be able to discern them as limbs.
Before I say what I was about to say, can we agree that jelly is a gel?
There is gel in it, yes.
Yeah.
Natural found gel, usually.
Yeah.
Caravan.
Such things, if it were in the shape of a human, would fall apart quite like I understand that there could be different properties and how strong it stays together, but still I assume that
I would assume
even the torso is in pieces. I don't think it would stay together enough for that.
I think jelly, when we see it as a food, is way more fragile than what we see here.
Yeah, possibly, but
so that's why I wouldn't necessarily
this,
think that the torso is in pieces like that.
I'm pretty sure the torso would be in pieces. I cannot imagine it being able to stay together, no matter how structurally sound this gel is, because the gel is a gel.
I can picture it. So here we are. What's up?
I just want to get some gel so I can prove to you that...
The problem is that you won't need to get gel. You need to get that specific gel.
No.
You don't know its properties.
I want to get the most structurally sound gel you can get.
You do realize that kind of gel is very, very strongly sound, right? Ballistic gel, you can't even poke your finger through it. That's not gonna work.
Is that actually a gel?
Yes, it is.
And it's not just called a gel.
It is. Gel can range anywhere from being almost a liquid to being almost solid.
I honestly don't believe that it would be anything like ballistic gel.
No? I'm just saying, you're saying you want the most structurally sound. I'm like, that's not gonna have the same properties as this gel.
No. But I just want to see how much force it can withstand.
Because like ballistic gel is basically just gelatin and water, and gelatin is a form of gel.
Yeah.
Because it's usually comes from collagen.
I'm trying to think of a specific thing that I want to ask if it's gel, but I can't remember what the word is. Silicon.
Silica? If you think about silica as in silica gel, then yes, that is also a gel. Silica is also just a element. So it's not pure silica, but I know what you mean.
Okay, so you can take silica and make it into a gel.
Yes, when you mix it with other stuff.
Okay.
That's where you get silicone from.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about. Silicon.
Yes, that's a molecule that has silica in it. That's why we call it silicon.
Yeah. So it is a gel. Okay.
Yes, it is a gel.
I don't think it's structurally sound enough to be anything like silicon nor ballistic gel.
It's definitely not ballistic gel, that's for fucking sure. Because that stuff only really, you have to use a lot of force for it to get destroyed. It's supposed to mimic muscle tissue. So.
In a sense, yeah.
That is what it's supposed to. Ballistics.
The biggest issue with it is that the ballistic gel is a unified mass, which muscle isn't, I would say.
No, but it's meant to mimic.
Yeah. It can take approximately the same amount of force than as muscle can before it starts, what's the word for that? It's like breaking, That's a technical word for that. I forget what it is. So, and considering the way that this gets formed, that is mostly what makes this unbelievable, is that this gel is created violently.
Yes. That's also what I'm saying. They call it jellified, but that is only because it seems to be semi-solid. We don't really, I don't think anything like this exists.
The problem is, jellified is a big range.
Yes.
Of substances.
Yes.
That can have any kind.
Yes.
Basically go over to become a liquid.
Yes, or a solid for that matter.
Yeah, so it's not a proper term, honestly.
No, it's only a term in that it's like a gathering of different substances that have similar properties. And that's why I'm also like, it's they use the word jellified, but it doesn't mean that this is a gel. It just has similar properties, probably, from what they have seen. It doesn't mean they've tested fucking everything.
No, but
so it's kind of hard to know.
The only thing is really, I don't get why it turns green, honestly.
No.
That seems a little weird.
Yeah.
But
that might just be from a game standpoint.
To point out that it looks like gel.
Yeah.
But
that's not how you get the screen to light up.
No. I forget sometimes. But the fact that this is being created from whatever thing you put, whatever thing you use, going through a Kerr black hole, which is tearing it all apart.
It is. Doesn't mean
somehow it's keeping its shape.
Yeah. It must have some bonds that are made after it's been torn apart.
I don't see how that would.
Water has that. That's how it sticks together.
What?
Like when you have a drop of water, it sticks into a droplet, right? Because it has bonds in between the molecules.
Yeah, but if it is...
Doesn't mean that this gel couldn't have similar bonds, and that's how it could keep its shape. Which gets solidified the longer it's static, according to normal gel properties.
The simple fact that it is being torn apart on the atomic level actually makes everything make a lot less sense, because they would not keep their shape at all. You cannot
we don't know what it would do. That it gets shredded at atomic level. We never, like in real life, we've never seen it happen before. So how would we know?
One thing is that it gets shredded. The other thing is that this is being done by a black hole.
I know.
doesn't matter that it's a curved black hole. It doesn't matter if it's spinning or not. But it's being done by a black hole, which is so violent, doing it so violently, that it's kind of akin to putting something into a blender. A very, very, very strong blender.
I get what you mean, but we also don't know all the theory behind this yet in the game.
No, but
I get what you mean.
Because as long as they're being torn apart on the atomic level,
I don't think that matters. What matters is the fact that the black hole is shredding it apart.
Yeah, it's shredding it
apart. At a
apart.
compressed point. That's what you're trying to get at. The fact that it gets shredded at atomic level or molecular wouldn't matter here for what you're arguing for.
No, the way you have to look at it is that technically, because it's a black hole, everything does not. While it might look like everything gets shredded at the same time, it does not get shredded at the same time.
No. I think, the only way I would be able to explain it as of right now would be that we're not talking about, obviously one small black hole. We're talking about multiple ones.
That's even worse.
Yeah, but taking a portion, and since they get transported to a specific place, they all get transported to the place where the molecules are then released in the same state that it was taken. Approximately. That's why it still has its kind of shape. It's hard to explain.
I'm trying to imagine that. That's I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me. I understand the whole if you look at it like sending data.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah,
with the phone, but only part of it got sent.
Well, if we go look at the phone, even that has been shredded apart.
What?
Even the phone messages has been torn apart.
The phone?
Messages.
Oh, yeah. It apparently only allowed some of the data to come through. They will talk about that in the game. Specifically.
So even then, it's like that would also confirm my theory that it's tearing. We already know that it's tearing everything apart.
Yeah,
it's shredding everything, but
my thought was more like, the shape of the human, where it was like one arm was up and one arm was down, right? That relative to each other, the black holes, small black holes all the way around, would transport the same position relative to the other ones around it.
No.
Why not?
No, because
if all the black holes get transported exactly the same amount of coordinates to where it is, they would still be there relative to each other.
You have to remember, the black hole, no matter how small it is, no matter how close it is, my hand here gets sucked in proportionally.
Yes.
Into the black hole.
But the thing is, because they're so small, you have to have this in. Because they're so small, only a certain amount of data or mass can come through. And it's a very small amount we're talking about.
Well, that small amount still doesn't get put in there at exactly the same time.
No, but it's almost exactly the same time. That's the difference. It's so instantaneous, you can't see it.
No, you can't see it. But physically, it makes a difference.
Yeah.
No matter how fast it is, it still makes a difference.
Yeah, but not a lot. Because, again, the properties of a gel is that it quickly sticks to what is essentially the same thing. So it doesn't really it's so fast that it can't really do anything else.
No.
Yes.
If you would want it to be like that, then it would mean that every single molecule in the person more or less gets replaced by a black hole. So they need the same amount and size of black holes as there are molecules in that person. Otherwise, it could not at any point keep its shape.
I don't agree with that.
Because no matter, because then you would be able to have everything be in the exact same position as it was before. Because if you...
I get what you mean.
If you at any point has a black hole take more than one atom,
that's not the same as a molecule, but whatever.
Molecule, so
it's not the same.
No, technically I was talking about atoms because it's being shredded on the atomic level, and also, not to mention, atoms are smaller than molecules.
Yes.
So yes, every atom. Every atom. Because as soon as it takes more than one atom, no matter how close these atoms are together, one of them, like if we say just two, one of them goes in before the other one, and they will no longer have the same position. They will never be able to go back to the same position.
I think you're being too specific with it. You have to remember...
You have to be...
I'm talking!
Okay. Sorry.
You have to remember these jellified humans are not they're not exactly the same as they were before. There are small areas here and there. That's why they're like kind of jelly and on their surface. So therefore, it's a small area, but it's probably still more than one atom, considering how much data can actually pass through. But when that gets shredded and mixed around, that same area still gets the same place. The atom doesn't have to be the same place. It's just a small area that has to be approximately the same place to keep its shape. It gets shredded anyways.
That means... No, the problem still consists of like you have obviously started stating that they're using a lot of these small black holes.
I mean, John Titor said technically that they're only using 2, but it could also be so instantaneous that it's like, I don't fucking know.
What? I'm not sure what you meant by that.
Like what I'm saying with multiple mini black holes, It could be though, even if you're still only using 2, it's just so instantaneous at transporting the small amount that it can to wherever and whenever it has to, that it just goes and picks it up all the fucking time. Really quickly. I don't know how many CERN is using it. The game never talks about that. Because it's not important.
No. But even then, it is a problem of things being moved out of its place. Especially if the black holes are outside the body. Then they're going to go to a completely different place and will never be able to enter the same place they came in before. Things
That's compared to if they can control it. The position.
You cannot have things exit the way they enter. It's not like a data cable. Like
I'm not saying that.
Sending a piece of data through the internet or something like that, because the way that they do that is that they take the data, put it into small packets, sends it along, and depending on what protocol you're using, if you use the right protocol, I forget which one.
It doesn't matter which one it is. It's not the point of this discussion here.
But using the right one, it will then, at the destination, wait for every single packet to have arrived, and then reconstruct it, because it knows how it was taken apart.
Yes.
The black hole cannot know how the human was taken apart. It cannot put them back together.
Only if you as a human basically tell it this coordinate to this relative coordinate. If you specify where the black hole has to go, then you could theoretically, I'm not saying that's how it was fucking gone, because it's very, very much improbable, but I'm saying it's a possibility if you could.
Even then, it's not even a possibility. Remember, this is a gravitational force. It's basically like a very, very, very powerful vacuum cleaner. It sucks in, and in this case, somehow spits it out again.
Yes.
That spitting it out again and sucking it in is gonna jumble everything. Even the structure of this of the human body in the way that it is, positioned. Every single thing.
But the problem is just the amount of stuff I can suck in is so small.
But that's
we're talking. I think they say like 36 bytes. That's all I can pass through a hole here. It's not a lot.
Even then, it doesn't matter how small these holes are, how little they take in. It sucks it in violently.
Yes.
Chaotically.
Yes, in the surrounding area.
And it will also spit it out again violently and chaotically.
Yes.
It cannot at any point be like...
But it doesn't have to be exactly the same. That's what I'm saying. The area is just so small that you can't see it.
That's not what I mean. Because even if we look at it this way, then you have to remember it's being spread out again. After that, there's an immense force from that. It would not be able to keep the shape. I don't care that these individual parts wouldn't be in the same place. Like, that doesn't matter. Even then, the whole structure would be like being shot apart. Like using
how do you know that?
A shotgun.
How do you know that it will be spat out like that?
That's the only way it can, because it's going from a single point.
It goes from the event horizon, yes, but we don't really know what happens after you enter the event horizon.
No. The thing is, the event horizon is not. It is the size that we see of a black hole is where the gravitational pull.
I know what it is.
Pull is.
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah. So, it will have to reach the middle of the black hole before it goes out again. And that is a very, very small point. It's basically like the Big Bang.
The Big Bang is a huge amount of energy. I'm not sure.
This is also a huge amount of energy.
Yeah, but again, it's not the same as the event horizon.
The amount of energy you would have to... Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. The amount of energy... Sorry. Because I started speaking as soon as I expected to be done. But the amount of energy you would have to expend to get something to leave the black hole again is immense. it basically it goes into a point that is the size. I have to assume it's the size of an atom, and then goes back out again. Otherwise, they would have had. Okay, one single possibility for this working is if they like we've done with rockets, have been able to calculate exactly the amount of force they need to get things just out of the black hole again, so it doesn't go too far. That's one hell of a calculation, and that would be nigh impossible to calculate.
Yes, I agree with you. Doesn't mean that you can't do it practically without knowing how the fuck it's working.
Yeah.
By coincidence, they have figured it out without knowing how it works. You can do that. It's just highly improbable, which is why no one else has done it.
No, the reason why nobody else has done it is because nobody else is actually researching it, because they can't get funding for it.
No, but also just Okabe, he wasn't actively looking for it. It's just a thing that happened.
The sheer fact that this amateur lab that Okabe has found for fuck's sake, has found the exact same way of transporting things through time and space as CERN has. That's insane. That would theoretically would never happen.
No, it's at least highly improbable.
And CERN, is more than highly improbable.
Yes, but it's not impossible, because it's just statistics. It's probability. There's always a probability of it happening. It's just very, very close to zero.
It's so small that theoretically it's impossible. I think that's the right way to say it.
It's practically impossible.
Practically impossible.
Theoretically, it is not.
Thank you. Practically, that's what it was called. Obviously, theoretically, it's not, because there will be a 1 at the end of the string of zeros that are there.
Mm-hmm.
But that string of zeros would essentially be infinite. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
So it's one thing that CERN has accidentally I don't think they accidentally would come onto this outcome.
I mean, they were specifically in this universe. They were specifically researching black holes.
Yeah.
The fact that they managed to somehow create Kerr black holes and saw what that did could be a coincidence.
So you think them researching time machines is a coincidence?
I could believe that it would be a coincidence. Again, the game doesn't really tell.
No.
But I could say as soon as they found out that they could make mini Kerr black holes, and they could potentially theorize what that could do, they might be,
Or
not
perhaps
necessarily that they did time travel by accident and then was like, yes, let's do it. It's more the fact that they managed to make black holes spin.
How would you observe a black hole spinning?
I don't know. It's obviously not with your fucking eyes.
You can't see a black hole.
No.
That's like there are a lot of issues with the way the game set this up. I
We also just don't know how you observe things like that.
No.
That's why, like, we as an average citizen doesn't really know exactly what's happening, and that's also why the game doesn't really go into that much technical details about how to do it, because that would most likely be confidential anyways. But it's not that there could somewhere be a possibility that you could observe it in some way.
I can't see any way of observing it, because the reason why the black hole is a black hole is because no light escapes it. And if no light escapes it, therefore you're just looking into a void, which means there's no way of looking at the void and telling if it's changing in any way. Obviously, that is because I don't know of any way of measuring this kind of thing, of observing a black hole spinning or not spinning.
I know the original game goes a lot more into theories of what black holes are, because I remember the CG for it. So I don't know if there's something there. I don't remember all the details, because there's a lot of details in this game.
Like, I can only really go out from what I know.
Yeah. But
and I don't...
We don't know enough for either of us to come to a conclusion.
No.
I'm just saying, from what I know, I can see a highly improbable, but still possible way that this could happen without remembering the entire fucking game.
Because, like, the only way I know how to observe a black hole, and even then it's not really observing a black hole, you're observing what you don't see.
Yeah. But there's still a change.
Yeah, but it's just looking at it. And it is just gonna look like a black sphere. That's all it's gonna look
unless it's spinning, then it's oblong. Because it's spinning. Even the singularity is not a point. It's like a donut as well, because it's spinning.
Oh yeah. That's not. No. I'm just trying to think, like, in what way would it be oblong? Like, if we're saying, okay, let's say we have a black hole, and it's spinning around horizontally. It's on the horizontal level where it's spinning around that. Would it be oblong on the horizontal, or like horizontally oblong, or would it be laterally oblong?
I don't know. I would assume on the same horizontal.
Are you sure about that?
That's what I would assume.
Because if it's like
that's what it looks like on the pictures that when I'm searching for curved black holes.
Okay. Well, there's obviously some things I assume I don't understand completely.
Yes.
Because what I was thinking was that if it is spinning that way around on the horizontal level, or horizontally, I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, on the horizontal plane, then around it on the horizontal plane it would show more light, wouldn't it? I don't know, is spinning a black hole Having a spinning black hole, would that make things able to escape it?
I don't know.
Because that's what I'm thinking. Where it is spitting out more light on the horizontal plane compared to the lateral plane, and therefore it would be oblong on the lateral plane. But I suppose it could also be true that if you're spinning it on the horizontal plane, that it would be able to pick up more light, like suck in more light on the horizontal plane compared to the lateral plane. I'm not exactly sure how that would work. How does spinning something change the gravitational pull? The Earth spins, but is the Earth's gravitational pull oblong?
I mean, planets going around the sun is oblong.
That has more to do with the fact that it's obviously not going to be perfectly round because it's all.
But the moon is also oblong around the Earth.
Again.
That is also gravitational pull is also at play here.
Yeah. But if okay, then satellites, are they circling the Earth in an oblong way?
I would assume so.
Are you sure?
But I don't know. They're so close to the Earth that it's hard to determine as well.
It all depends on the trajectory you have when you enter the what's it called? What the moon is doing around Earth and what the Earth is doing around the sun.
Is it rotating?
No.
Then I don't know what it is you're talking about.
The line it follows around.
Yes.
It's not rotating.
It's rotating around the sun. That's what you call it in English.
You call it rotating around the sun? That sounds weird. You sure there's not another word for it?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. Orbit.
Oh, you're referring to not the action but the noun. All right.
Yeah. When it enters the orbit around Earth.
It's always in the orbit, but yes. Continue.
Yeah. When the satellite enters orbit, because of the trajectory we put into it, we can decide whether it becomes. Obviously, it's going to be hard to hit a perfect circle. But it's either going to be a circle or it's going to be an oblong circle. And obviously, the orbit that the moon has around the Earth and the orbit that the Earth has around the moon is oblong because it has been created naturally by chaos.
Yes, black holes also get formed naturally, though.
That's not what I mean.
Okay.
That's not what I mean. These things have not had the Earth and the Moon has not had the possibility of adjusting their trajectory to the point of having a perfect circle as their orbit. Therefore, they are oblong. The gravitational pull of something as far as I understand it, goes from the center and stretches out in a perfect circle around that center. I know this. Obviously, a lot of planets and such are not perfect circles, because, especially the Earth, because of the way, these materials kind of grind together and therefore stops it from being a perfect circle. But if we look at gas giants, or gas planets, is it called gas giants?
Yes.
Doesn't matter how big it is.
As long as most of the planets made out of gas, it's a gas giant.
It's a gas giant? Okay.
All gas planets we have here are gas giants because they're all big.
What if it's a small gas planet?
We don't have that here in this solar system. So
does that thing exist?
I don't know.
Okay. I was just... Because saying gas giant would indicate that there's also a gas dwarf. But I don't know if that's really the case. Maybe they just call it a gas giant and there aren't like opposites of it, but whatever. Those are obviously close enough to be complete, like the gas around it. Just like our atmosphere is perfectly, just about perfectly circular. Because of the gravitational pull. Because the gravitational pull should be a perfect circle or perfect orb. Is the right term, because it goes in all directions. Which is why black holes are perfectly round.
Yes. They are, if they're not spinning.
Yeah. I don't see how spinning it is gonna change the gravitational pull. I suppose if you're spinning it fast enough. Like because on Earth. Like Earth is spinning around itself.
Yes.
As we say.
Yes.
But I guess it's not spinning hard enough for the gravitational pull to be changed in a significant way.
Probably not.
Because if it was spinning it fast enough, then I think Earth would probably also look more like a disk.
Yes, I would think so too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've read about that somewhere.
Yeah. You can never have a planet that's a donut.
No, but it will be like an ellipsoid disk.
Oh yeah, it's just...
It will not go inwards, no.
No. There are many... well, let's say fantasy stories, because they can't really be scientific because they have, planets that are donuts. We can obviously create things that are in a donut shape, but it will never naturally form as a donut.
No.
Because the gravitational pull is in the middle. The gravitational pull cannot be a donut.
No, but in a spinning black hole,
Yes.
it is a ring. The singularity, which is the gravitational pull, is also spinning.
Oh yeah. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that it will never be significant enough so it would create a planet that is shaped like a donut.
Oh, no.
it will always create a circle.
Yes.
An orb.
Because the way the black hole is spinning is not how planets spin. Not the motion is not exactly the same.
No. But I guess, just like how a planet, if it was spinning fast enough, would be closer to a disk. Therefore, a black hole would do the same. I suppose that's true. It's just weird to think about, because the reason why we see a black hole is because the light doesn't come back from that horizon.
You can't observe what comes out because there is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just that's the weird part. It makes it hard for me to imagine that the event horizon is gonna change in that way, because that would essentially mean that the way it spins, it picks up more light further out than it does compared if it's just standing still.
I don't know enough about that. But I do know that they start talking about event horizon and singularity and stuff, and I can't remember if they talk about maybe only grazing it instead of going through it. Because you can still travel through time by grazing it. The outer horizon. There's a theory for that. Because the speed is still...
Is that what they use here in the game?
I can't remember, that's
you
why.
Can't remember.
I can't remember, but I know they'll go through it very soon.
Okay, because that's a little different compared to going through the black hole.
Because I think the reason why it's jellifying is because it's going through it at the very least. And I don't remember.
It definitely seems like it's going through it, because otherwise it wouldn't be torn apart.
Yeah. Regardless, I do think we should continue the game. I think we've been talking for like an hour about this. Now that
I also have to take my soda out.
Yeah.
So let's take a little break here.
Now that this isn't interesting, we just don't know enough.
And I asked too many questions.
You're asking interesting questions. You're just being very critical of the game, which is fine, honestly, because we get to talk about it. But I also just I don't remember everything the game tells me, so I can't remember everything, single theoretical thing.
No.
I was just looking at like if there was a way, like how it would fucking spit shit out, but the only thing I could find was the Penrose diagram, which talks about grazing the event horizon. But you will still lose some data, but that matters here.
It's just because if it grazes the event horizon, it never enters.
The speed is still near light.
Yeah, but if you never enter the event horizon, would that mean that you aren't being torn apart? So therefore, you're just getting stretched out instead.
I don't know enough about the theory.
But anyways, break time. So break for us means a break for you. So get up, stretch, get something to drink. I'm gonna get something to drink. Hopefully mine isn't frozen.
Probably not.
But it's been...
It's a big bottle, so I don't think
2 hours.
Still, it's a big bottle.
Okay, well, it might be slightly frozen. We'll see.
Yeah.
BRB. And we're back.
Hello, we're back. And this time we're gonna continue the game, so we don't talk for another 2 hours. Because we cannot come to a conclusion at this point in time anyways. Because the game's not done explaining how this works. Right now we're just reading the results.
The conclusion we can come to, as of right now, is that...
we don't know enough about it. That's the conclusion.
We don't know enough. With the information that we have been given so far...
I don't understand.
It doesn't make sense.
But let's see. Next page.
Fish up Kalu.
Kalu.
Okay. The picture shows a beach, beautiful, but for the jellyfish-like body, lying on the sand and the looks of horror on the surrounding locals' faces. It must have washed ashore.
So yes. This one doesn't even look human.
Nope.
Probably because it's been in water.
Yep.
In 1985.
Were jellyfish made of gel?
I don't know what they're made out of, but they're probably made of gel, yeah. Some kind of...
Or at least something that imitates
We also have
gel.
gel inside us, technically.
We do?
Or everything that makes us stretchy.
Yeah.
That is not the elastin, the collagen. What makes us our skin tight and not wrinkle. That's a type of gel, yes. It's a fiber that has gel-like properties.
And therefore it's a gel. Because it has gel-like properties.
Yes, because it has the properties.
So as long as it has the properties, it's the gel.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Because that's how you define it.
Yeah.
Like a lot of gels that you know, even like the ballistic gel, is made out of collagen, just pure collagen.
Yeah.
So it's a very
ジェリーマ
common
ンズ
thing.
レポート6
everywhere.
被験者マーク・ヒューズ30歳出身アメリカ
Mark Hughes, what a name.
How do they know this is Mark Hughes?
I assume they know because they know the time that he was sent to.
So they have control over when?
I suppose they could have control over when. Maybe not where, but when.
Okay. Sure.
Z プログラム4実験日2002年8月23日12時52分実験結果エラーヒューマンイズデッド
Yes! You're gonna hear this a lot!
1985年7月1日フェロー諸島ストレイモイ島の海岸に奇妙な物体が流れ着いた
Faroe Islands?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stremoy is on the Faroe Islands.
I've never heard of this.
I haven't heard this happening in our world.
No.
But it clearly also didn't
それは
because
成人
we
男性
exist
の
in a
ように
different world line where none of this happened.
クラゲのようなブヨブヨの物体であり生きてはいない、
Yeah.
島の住人たちの間では半魚人の死骸ではないかという噂も
Nice. Stop, Galu!
Thank you for actually saying what it actually feels like. Because and what it behaves like, because then it would be a bit more believable that it actually slid down the mountain and still kept its shape.
Yes.
In some
At
form.
least in some form. It's still damaged. But it was not damaged so much that you couldn't recognize that it was humanoid.
And is somehow also okay. So it's not mixing with water.
No. Many gels don't.
Oh.
That's one of the good properties of silicone, for example, is that it doesn't mix with water at all.
Yeah.
So that is
肩と
also a
見られる
common
場所
thing.
にはセルンという刻印があったがセルンは関与を否定している
Oh yeah, right. Saren does exist at that point.
Yeah.
We didn't do anything, I swear. Yet.
まだ見る？
もう十分だ。
We don't need to see all of the reports.
Well,
We got the point.
I guess we don't get to hear her say, "Era, human
Human is dead.
dead."
Mismatch.
Mismatch.
No.
There are 14 of these people?
They're all
発
gelified.
見場所が世界中に散らばっているこの結果からどんな解が導き出せるのかしら
Well, either they're just randomly trying to send them different places,
No, maybe they don't have control over where.
Or they don't have control over it. We're also not sure if they have control over when they send them.
No.
その場所へ送り込もうとしたのだろう。
Just keep reading. He's probably wrong.
そうは思えない。
Exactly.
計画すぎる。
Yeah, it's a little bit random. On top
カ
of a
ーブラ
mountain
ック
in the
ホール
ocean,
が
inside a
得意
fucking
点はどうたら
wall.
ってあったけど、それが原因じゃ。
Is?
超重力による無限圧縮およびカーブラックホール内の特異点通過に耐えられなかったと思われる。
Makes sense.
Yep.
そう書いてあった。
カーブラックホールって普通のブラックホールとなんか違うん？
It's spinning! Also, it's non-charged.
Didn't we talk about this at the seminar?
No, she didn't talk about. She talked about wormholes and cosmic strings.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind that.
Yeah.
I thought
理論上存在を予言されているブラックホールよ。中心の特異点が回転しているという特徴がある。実在することはまだ証明されていないし、証明しようもないけど。
No.
according to what you said, it's not theoretical.
Well, it's theorized that they are born from spinning stars, which all stars are. Therefore, they theoretically exist as the first state a black hole goes through, but we can't really prove it. As far as we've gone as proving the existence of black holes is prove the effect it has on its surroundings. That's why we know there's a giant black hole at the center of our fucking cluster, but that's another point entirely.
Cluster?
Yes.
Our galaxy?
No, cluster. Cluster is a gathering of galaxies.
Must have heard that as well.
Sagittarius A phenomenon has been concluded to be a massive black hole. So there is that. So, like, we can prove that they exist, and we can prove somehow where they are and how big they are. But that's it. That's it. So far. There are ways to observe them now. But I don't know when that came into play.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that if the star, it's usually a star,
Yes.
that turns into a black hole.
Yes.
I don't think there's any planet. No, because
Planets don't have enough energy.
no, exactly. The amount
This is
of
why it happens because the star implodes
gravitational
on itself.
pull that is needed for a star, which is why they, everything has become molten and it lights up and stuff like that, is because of the immense force, immense pressure.
It's basically burning through all elements.
Yeah.
And as the elements become like more burned, the what are they called? Elementary elements get higher up on the list, and they get harder to burn, and there's less of it. And as there's less of it, there's less pressure outwards, and therefore it starts imploding on itself at some point.
Yeah.
Because there are two forces in a star, that's why it has the shape that it has. At some point, the gravitational pull just gets too big compared to the outwards pull that the energy that is created from burning.
But yeah, stars are the only ones with enough gravitational pull to actually be able to turn into a black hole.
As far as we know.
As far as we have observed.
Yes. Again, it's said that the most common is a neutron star, yes, but it didn't say that it could only be that. It's just what we explore at the moment.
Because it's just if if there's enough force for it to turn into a black hole, there should also be enough force for it to turn into a star.
Yes.
Before it turns into a black hole.
Yes. Theoretically, yes.
So, therefore, it would be impossible for it to be stable enough to not be
We don't really know what else is out there.
No.
So.
Curved black hole. Where have I heard that term before? From John Titor? No! No!
It's just referring to one.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I just don't want to see it again.
Yeah.
I've had enough of this for a lifetime. That's right, John Titor. Titor said that, Titor said his time machine used curved black holes.
Yes.
Holes.
タイターはこう言っていた。2034年
So
に
we have to assume at
セル
least
によっ
two.
てタイムマシン開発
Yeah,
は成
I'm
功
pretty sure he
したと。
said 2.
そしてタイター自身は2036年からやってきたと。
It might have been in the other text that showed before.
Yeah.
It makes sense for Titor and CERN to be using the same time travel technology.
I mean, according to Titor, they stole the science behind it from CERN, so yes.
Yeah?
Also, in this universe, this technology is probably also the only way to actually time travel.
Yeah.
So, if you could time travel, most likely, yeah, it's the same technology.
The only practical way of doing it.
The only way to actually do it practically, yes.
Yeah. Because everything else is only theoretical. Are they skeptical? Are they looking at him skeptically?
I don't know, maybe they're waiting for him to say
ブ
something.
ラックホールを作るなんてそんなのむちゃくちゃよ。下手したら地球ごと飲み込まれかねないような行為よ。
If it's big, yes.
カーブラックホールは仮説であって。
What did they just state? What did CERN just? They read this from CERN, right?
What part?
The curved black holes. Them using curved black holes. Did they not?
Yeah, it just said curved black holes.
Something about
It has
curved
already
black.
been proven, but she's skeptical because until now, it's just a theory, and she hasn't seen physical proof of it. She's that kind of person.
No, but
Doesn't mean you have to believe everything CERN says.
I suppose.
Yeah.
But this is considering we have proof that they are doing some kind of time travel. Do you think that these secret documents, articles and stuff, would lie about how they're doing it?
I just think she's skeptical of things because that's how science works. There are lots of bad studies out there. You don't believe everything scientists say.
Oh, no.
She's critical of it because everyone else, including her, thinks that it's impossible.
Nigh impossible.
Basically. These even said it's fucking absurd.
Yeah.
And the fact that they just write it without telling you how it works makes it very hard to believe for someone like her.
Sure. But it's also, again, I don't think these documents here, these reports, needs to be the ones to explain how things work. So,
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying from the information she has.
Yeah.
what the fuck are they talking about? This shouldn't even be possible.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Because she can't even understand how theoretically you'd be able to create them, let alone the fact that they actually exist, because we have no proof for such a thing.
But
it's because they write it. She's still like, she's taking it into consideration, but her everything inside her head is screaming, this can't be possible.
Yeah. They would most likely have to find research papers around this that is gonna
theorize it herself.
That is gonna explain it.
Yeah.
If she wants, proof from them.
Yeah.
About it.
But they also deny making black holes, so that's gonna be very hard.
Yeah, but we have obviously found.
Yeah. I know.
Papers from them that says that you're using it.
I know.
Publicly, they're denying everything, obviously. But
we'll have to see if they look for anything else.
If you need this thing to be successful, you need to write stuff down.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot do this without writing stuff down. As a scientist,
you need to write down exactly what you did, because otherwise it cannot be replicated by anyone.
It cannot be replicated, and you cannot adjust it.
No, and it also cannot be trusted.
Yeah. So
they could lie through their asses and nobody would be able to do it. Yes! Mewtwo!
Wow!
Yeah.
LHC 実験における最悪の予想図もほぼ事実になりつつあるということだ。
Mewtwo.
What scenario video? What?
The scenario about the LHC creating black holes that could consume the entire Earth.
Oh, okay.
A popular video sharing website.
Yeah.
It's just YouTube.
Yeah. I don't know why they call it
Mewtwo because it sounds like... similar. Yeah, Mewtwo.
Okay.
タイターの予言は知らんけど、ミュウツベで問題の動画見たことある。2、3年前に話題になってたよな。
Alright, problem video. A CG mock-up of an LHC-generated mini black hole swallowing the Earth went viral when it was uploaded to YouTube.
I am pretty sure we also have something akin to that on YouTube.
Oh yeah, there was actual talks about it in the real world.
Yeah, people were afraid that this was going to happen.
So this is definitely something that happened.
Yeah, it's just I know that someone has made parodies.
Yes.
On them making black holes.
Yeah. It is also a CG mock-up, so this could also be a parody.
Yeah, it just says, well, that's not what mock-up means.
No, but I'm just saying, it doesn't say that it couldn't be.
Oh, no, it just says a mock-up.
Yeah.
But I think they would have specified if it was a parody. But no, doesn't matter. It is a...
We all know Japanese people don't understand what parodies are anyways. Sorry to anyone who's offended, but they're very bad at understanding irony and stuff like that, so why would they understand parodies and satire, honestly?
Why would you say something so controversial?
Yeah, I know, right?
You're so brave.
Yeah. It's not like I've actually met Japanese people who don't understand it.
Yeah.
Every single Japanese person I've ever met just don't understand it. They take everything at face value.
Yeah.
That's why they're so polite and nice. It's not been this like discrimination or criticism. It's just this is how it is.
They don't do the whole we're insulting each other for fun.
No, they would never do that.
No.
Never.
So that is a big part of especially Nordic culture.
Yeah.
That we just,
Yeah.
we rip at each other for the fun of it, because we like each other.
Yeah.
Not because we hate each other. We don't do it to hurt each other. We just...
Unless it's sarcastically said. Then the intention is to be malicious, but most of the time it's
ブラックホール内部は尋常じゃない重力なの。そこを通れば確かに時間移動は可能かもしれないけど、生身の人間が通り抜けられるわけがない。
I mean, yeah. That's a fair assumption.
I mean,
You mean what? What?
it is only theoretical knowledge about things being torn apart when entering the event horizon.
Yes.
Because we can't prove it, obviously. Because how are we going to prove that things has been torn apart, that has entered the, that has passed through the event horizon? Because how are we going to take it out and look at it?
It's hard to prove these things. That's why so many of it is theoretical.
We can obviously look at the immediate area around the event horizon, which tells us how it bends everything that comes near it, which would indicate that as soon as it passes through the event horizon, the bending is so high that, well, it would get torn apart.
Either that, or in this game particular, the shredding happens because the black holes are so small that so little can pass through that it has to be shredded because the force just pulls it through. If you talked about like what you did, that maybe only an atom or part of it could come through, the black hole's just gonna tear that through.
Yes, but
it's just like shot out in the dark.
There's the problem of I'm thinking that if it is strong enough to tear it apart, it should also be strong enough to take everything through it.
Not if it's like they've theorized and we've talked about before, that they disappear as quickly as they are created. Therefore, only a certain amount of data can actually pass through, or mass.
There's only time enough.
Exactly.
Okay, that's different.
Time and passage enough.
That's different.
Yeah. It's, again, I don't remember how much the game's gonna talk about this,
No.
and if they come up with something else, it's just yeah. Because I know that they conclude that only 36 bytes can pass through when they send data back at once. And they're gonna talk about that and why that is, but only specific number, that's not how it works.
Pass-through is different.
They can only transport so much data back in time. Through time. That's why the message was cut off. And you received more than one message.
That doesn't make sense.
No, they'll talk about it. I can't remember if I'm saying everything on it was incorrect anyways.
Because if you... There's a game theory about this.
No, we continue the game now.
No, just shortly. The amount, like, taking something physical and turning it into data, and taking something as big as a human and turning it into data, the immense amount of data that would take up is insane. It's way more than this, therefore it wouldn't make sense to... Well, I guess then you would have to have a lot of these small black holes for it to actually be possible.
Yes.
Because if it's only one, then like even a banana is way too big.
Yeah.
If the small string of text was taken apart.
But they talk about data because they're sending an email. So they found the capacity out from data because it was already digital to begin with.
But if we base it on data.
It's data.
Okay.
What? I'm British, aren't I?
Fuck. You're distracting me.
Does it matter?
I'm losing my thoughts.
That just means it wasn't that important, Ramona.
Shut up.
Well, if you've forgotten, we can just continue.
No, I haven't
the game.
forgotten. It's not completely forgotten. There are holes. That's the problem.
Oh my god, the black hole sucked out your fucking thoughts!
Oh my god, you need to stop.
Never. It's the little Steins game and we continue this game, Ramona.
No, if we look at it purely from a standpoint of data, then it wouldn't make sense that it could transport a whole, not only a whole banana, but a whole bunch of bananas.
Well, it's only transported one banana at a time. The other times...
Are you sure about that?
When we did put...
The other times it jellified them.
Yeah, but it didn't transport them anywhere. It just crushed it.
But isn't it the case that the only reason it didn't transport them is that the whole bunch is in there?
I don't know. I'm just saying they've only transported one banana, so I can't say anything about its size. We don't really know.
But it has been jellified, which means that it has passed through. And therefore...
I mean, I assume the Kerr black holes or the black holes inside the microwave were still there. They just weren't transporting it through time. They're just still there, sucking it in and crushing it. Or shredding it. It just didn't pass through time. Maybe because they weren't spinning. I don't fucking know.
That's a possibility.
That's because we also don't know if the conditions were exactly the same when they were doing the entire bunch of bananas versus when they were doing just one banana and they were deliberately trying to recreate what happened with the email. What?
Could it be the case that the reason why the black holes are spinning is because of the spinning plate in the microwave?
No, that is not why. The real reason is actually much more ridiculous than that.
I was just like, wait, we have a thing that makes things spin inside the microwave.
That is I'm only surprised that the microwave itself hasn't been crushed under this, but that's another point entirely.
Yeah, we
somehow
it increased the weight of the microwave.
At least the surrounding area.
Yeah, so it would break the
table. Apparently the table couldn't take it, but the microwave could.
I don't know.
Don't worry about it. It's not that realistic.
だからこそゼリーマン化していると言うべきだろう。
This is kind of sorry. This is the issue I have with people hyping things up too much. You have hyped this up so much about how it makes so much sense, I
said the theories they use make it seem very plausible that if these things happened, it could happen. But they're not done explaining things.
No, I know. But it was just more that it would make everything kind of make sense, and especially the table breaking and the microwave not being hurt at all does not make sense at all.
Well, we also only assume that's what happened. We don't really know what happened.
It has increased the mass
Yes,
of
but we don't know how it
the
happened.
microwave
We don't know how it happened or what impact it had on the microwave.
somehow. But it's... The thing is,
We only assume. The game hasn't explained anything.
if you create a black hole on Earth, would the black hole go towards the center of Earth?
I don't know.
Because that's what they're indicating with the microwave.
Yeah, because there's always a gravitational force. I mean, I would assume that the black hole, unless there's a force that goes against the gravitational force, which I don't think there is, it would. But the Earth would probably go closer to it before that happens.
It's just the
Theoretically.
the black hole has enough gravitational pull for it to be a black hole. But yeah, that doesn't mean that it can't be affected by other gravitational pulls.
No. It's just very strong. It pulls everything into it, but it doesn't mean other stuff can't pull it closer to it. It just could be perceived as slow.
You create a small black hole on Earth and it moves Earth.
Theoretically, I think it has to be small, a bigger black hole for it to have such a big effect, but how the fuck do I know? Doesn't matter. We should just
I mean,
continue the
I
game.
assume it doesn't have enough mass to actually move the Earth.
No, that's what I mean. It doesn't have a big enough gravitational pull.
ゼリーマンどころか素粒子レベルまで分解される。それがブラックホール。
Is?
議論するよりタイムマシンについての資料を漁った方が早いんじゃね？
Yes?
Sorry.
You just hear sniffing. Forgetting.
I was just in the groove of this is being told to us.
Yeah.
This is being voiced, so
Yeah.
I was just... Let's move on. Dado's already started pulling up new documents. I'm suddenly afraid.
Fair enough.
Why are you afraid now?
He's afraid to know the truth.
Aren't you a mad scientist?
Yeah, he's only playing mad scientist.
So cool, son of a bitch.
That's only a front, and you know it.
Obviously. It's his Juniper talking.
Yeah.
Should I stop him? I'm the one who asked him to do it, but things have gotten serious now. But at the same time, irresistible curiosity is welling up inside me.
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was swelling up.
No, it's welling. That's the right word.
Time travel is becoming a reality. I want to know that it's true. I can't stop now.
あった Z プログラムの中にタイムトラベル理論について解説してるファイルがある。
Oh, there you go. They looked for it. Like we talked about.
It's kind of what I said. That they more or less needed to do to prove it.
ずいぶんあっさり見つかるわね。セルにしては脇が甘すぎる。
No. Daru just is very good at hacking in. I think it was very hard to get in to begin with.
That still doesn't matter. The fact that he's able to get in means they need better security.
Oh yeah.
So,
But there's just like, you found it pretty easy. They should have better security. I'm like, as soon as he's in, there shouldn't really necessarily be more security when you have the highest ID pass in there.
yeah, but
Because everything's highly confidential.
didn't we
on
also
the
figure
server.
out that a server admin doesn't have all the access? They have server admin so far, right?
Yeah. They
Yeah.
have server admin because they're the server admin, therefore they should have access to basically all of it.
But they found out that that's not true.
Well, no, they don't have access to the database that is encrypted. But that's when it's encrypted, so.
I don't remember.
Doesn't matter.
セルンが甘いんじゃなくて僕がすごいっつうか
Yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying. I think
Which
their security
means-
is, good. It's not the best, obviously, but it is good. He's just better.
It's not fine if you're too good. If the security's fine, then you wouldn't be able to get in.
He's just a very good hacker. Hacker man.
Yeah, well, it's just more the, saying it's fine. You could obviously say that it's good, it's just not good enough.
Yes.
That you could say.
I mean, it's kind of what he's inferring here, but sure.
ダ
I
ル
think
は
it's the
俺
wrong
の
way to say it.
マイフェイバリットライトアームであり
スーパーハッカーだっけ？
ハッカ
Yep.
それでクリスティーナなんと書いてある？
ちょっと読む時間をくれない？
Her earlier reluctance has vanished. In fact, it looks like she's as curious as I am.
Of course. Oh my god! You got a new bail! From Ferris. Phantasm is the something. Have you bought Phantasm's debut single, yeah? It's the theme song for Ryder Kakadu, so it's really popular. Ferris bought 5 copies, yeah? It's my duty as a write editor. Anyway, there's an important secret hidden in Phantasm songs. The key to unlocking is... Oops, the bell's ringing now. Looks like someone's here. Better see who it is.
Okay. Should I reply?
No! Fuck you, Ferris.
I don't have time for this.
Important research going.
嘘。これ本当にタイターって何者なのよ。
何をブツブツ言っている？何が書かれているのか教えてくれ。
なんかはめられたような気がしてならない。
どういう意味だ？
Sorry. I cannot put these fucking caps on properly anymore. Not that I could to begin with, but whatever.
ほぼ一緒なのよ。ジョン・タイターが語った
What?
理論の内
She
容。
went closer to me and then she accidentally stepped on that and she was like, what the fuck was that? The
Oh.
black thing down there.
Oh, that's from...
Yeah, it's just like she put a paw and it's like...
She did not like that.
I don't think she expected there to be anything.
No.
ざっと説明すると LHC によって陽子を高速の 99.999991% まで加速して正面衝突させるの。そうすると10のマイナス24乗キログラムの質量を10のマイナス19乗メートルっていうとても狭い範囲に圧縮して押し込むことができる。
Yes, they're basically...
No.
They're basically creating a black hole is what they're
産
saying.
業で
Yeah.
Yeah, Sangyo.
すごく狭い場所。すごく小さい質量。
Boom.
無理やりねじ込む。
That explanation's too vague.
I think it perfectly summarized what
その
happened.
説明はエロすぎだろ上皇
Oh, Jesus Christ, Daru! No!
は？どこが
Oh,
No,
どう
no,
色
no,
々
psst, no! No!
知ら
No!
ない。
そういう牧瀬氏もなかなかの妄想
No!
一緒にすんな。
No!
アホは相手にするなクリスティ。
何の話だったっけ？
無理やりねじ込む話
容姿の
No, 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 don't worry about
そ
it.
の圧縮が成
Frozen
功する
compression.
とミクロ特異点ができるんだけど、
ミクロ特異点ミニブラックホールじゃなくて
Well, he doesn't know.
意味はほとんど同じだ。
Yeah, essentially it's the
特異
same
点はいわば
thing. There are some
ブラッ
theories
クホ
of
ールの中心
singularity
だからな。
non-singularity or singularity-less black holes, but that's just Einstein and his weird fucking theories.
Yeah.
このミクロ特異点が2つあるブラックホールを作るのよ。
Well, they just
black
two,
with 2 cores?
they just two protons they push together, I suppose. Okay.
Like a cowlick with 2 hairs. No,
I don't think that's it.
擬人化希望
No, not with cute girls. God fucking damn it.
はいはい。ミクちゃんとクロちゃんでいいか？
姉妹とか燃えるぜはあは
ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは電子を与えると自由に操れるようになるのよ。
あ電気ショックで拷問かそれなんてエロゲ
We don't need to know what an eroge is. Onwards.
操作できるようになった2人を超高速回転させるの。すると理論的にミクちゃんとクロちゃんは2人とも魔法少女リング上特異点に変身する。
I like that she's explaining it as magical girl stuff.
Yeah, they're fusing into
変
one,
身
you
バ
know?
ンクですねわかります
Cute stock transformation scene.
Yeah, we could probably look at that. That's pretty okay.
Refers to the transformation sequence in Henshin Hero and Magical Girl anime. Since stock transformation scenes are used in nearly every episode, there are animations done independently in advance. As a result, the production quality is often higher than that of the rest of the anime.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I was a little afraid that they're gonna
No.
talk about...
No, thank fuck for that.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good. That's fine then. Well, it looks like these two have found a common wavelength.
It's not easy to find a common wavelength with
こ
Daru.
れでカーブラックホール効果が生まれることになる。
Oh!
What?
I thought you talked about the sisters.
Oh, no.
That's why I thought it was funny.
No.
Oh.
He was talking about Kurisu and Daru.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Damn it. It was a good joke though.
そもそもカーブラックホールって何ぞさっき回転しているって言ってたけど
That they spin.
Yeah, but he's like, what does that even mean? I don't think he can picture how it spins.
Process.
Yeah, either
その
that.
ままの意味。
Aiko.
Picture it, you have to process it.
Stop it.
So,
You little shit. You're the reason why my chair is falling apart.
yeah.
でもブラックホールって普通回転してんじゃね穴に向かって渦巻いてるじゃん
That's not spinning. That's not spinning. He's talking about the accretion.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
not spinning.
I know. I'm just like, oh my god, you
He doesn't know
dense
anything about it.
motherfucker.
He doesn't know anything about it, okay?
No, I know.
He's not a
そ
physicist
の
major.
回転しているように見える部分はブラックホールに吸い込まれつつある周囲の物質でしかない。
It's not actually spinning.
Yeah, they are spiraling into the black hole
Yeah.
because you know they come with a certain trajectory towards it,
Yeah.
and therefore will be going into it in a spiral.
Yes.
All the spirals are obviously different
Yeah.
because every single thing that gets pulled in has a different trajectory.
Yeah.
Some of them will even go directly into it without
Yeah.
going in a spiral at all.
Yep.
If they are pointed directly at the
Yep.
black hole.
90 degrees. Perpendicular.
普通のブラックホールは超質量により重力崩壊を起こした中心点があるだけ。そこに向かってあらゆるものが落ちていってるの。それは点っていうぐらいだから回転はしてない。一方のカーブラックホールはさっき言った通り中心が点じゃなくてリング状なのよ。
Yep.
I don't think I completely understand the ring yet. Why is it a ring?
Because it's spinning.
What's spinning?
Continue. You might be able to explain it so you can understand it. Does it run out of power?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, that's it for this time.
No! I'm in the middle of something. We can't stop now.
I'm just gonna take a mini break to get some new batteries.
Yeah.
And get some more to drink. So, BRB. There we go.
It works again.
Yes.
ミクちゃんとクロちゃんは普通の人間ではありえないことに魔法を少女化すると心臓が体内でぐるぐるとリング状に回転してるって考えて。
Oh, it's a ring because it's two that are spinning around each
At
other.
least here, yeah.
That's what she's explaining here.
Yeah, but that's because the ring that the black hole that they're talking about at CERN has 2 cores.
Yeah, exactly.
But a Kerr black hole doesn't, per definition, have 2 cores.
Okay.
That's at least not what is written, from what I've read.
Okay.
Definition is just that the singularity is shaped like a ring.
Why though? That's the thing I don't really understand. Like, why is it?
グロは勘弁だお
Sure. Sure thing, Daru.
And the what?
I don't know. Gudotisk? I don't know.
What is Gudo?
That's what I'm saying. Grotesque? I don't fucking know.
Why would I don't know?
助手よ、お前はさっきこう言ったな。カーブラックホールは実在したとしても証明しようがないと。それはどういう意味だ？
Hi, Cole.
She's so sad!
Yeah, she wants out the front door.
Oh, you can't right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's what I told her. Now she's
ブラッ
scared.
クホールにはイベントホライゾンというものがある。
Yes.
Event horizon, also known as the Schwarzschild surface. In a black hole, there exists a point beyond which even light can no longer escape the black hole's immense gravity.
Is this Schwarzschild or Schwarzschild?
I think it's Schwarzschild, but I'm also in doubt.
Schwarzschild.
I think it's Schwarzschild.
Okay.
The boundary is called the event horizon.
Or Schwarzkind.
No, Schwarzschild.
If it's German, it could be killed. They don't say chi.
Then it would just be Schwarzschild.
Shield.
Yeah.
Schwarzschild.
Again, I don't actually know who this person is. I'm not sure it's
Because
German.
the set is a TS. Schwarzschild. 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 Yeah, maybe. It's a name, isn't it? Yeah.
Looks like it's Schwarzschild. Shit. Yeah, it is
Schwarzschild.
Schwarzschild. Wow.
Schwarzschild.
Fuck Germans.
Schwarz.
He's from Frankfurt, of course he is.
Well, okay. Now I just want hot dogs.
Because the sausage, yeah.
Frankfurter.
Yeah, I know.
Wait.
What?
That's what we call it in Danish. How would you translate that?
They're called that in Danish because they originated from Frankfurt.
No. That's not what I mean.
Oh.
The ending.
That is not
ER.
You can't translate that.
No. Frankfurt?
It's not how it works. Sorry.
No.
Because light and other electromagnetic waves are responsible for conveying information, nothing that occurs within the event horizon can be observed. Go down!
Oh, you're that far. Okay.
Yeah, from the outside! The center of there's literally one more line I needed. The center of a black hole is black because no light can escape from it. Yes.
I did not remember how far you were. I thought we were only at the first sentence.
No, I was all the way up there.
Oh.
So when you went up again, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, sorry. I didn't know where you were.
No.
I thought you were at the top.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
この内側に入ると時間と空間の役割が入れ替わってしまうわけで。
Yes, that is the theory behind it, because velocity essentially reaches the speed of light. Therefore,
No, velocity goes beyond.
theoretically, yes. You need
Because
more.
light
You
can't
need,
escape.
well, technically, per definition, you just need more, like a velocity that is higher than that to escape, which means the border would be the speed of light, but
Oh, yeah, but when you pass the event horizon, it means that you go beyond the event horizon, and on the other side of the event horizon, it is beyond the speed of light.
yeah. But all I'm saying is it's so fast that when you move through time, not space,
Yeah. Yeah.
because you are moving so fast.
Yeah. Again, like, you know, like we have observed with people who go into space and move a lot faster compared to we do here on Earth, therefore they will experience things differently compared to us.
Yes.
It's the whole...
It's the small things for that, but yes, it has definitely been proven because they've used twins for it.
Shit, what was it called?
What?
Was it Einstein?
I don't know.
Something relativity.
Oh, the theory of relativity, that's Einstein, yes.
Yeah, because that is also the thing that that talks about, for example, if you are a person who's standing on a platform for a train and a train passes at high speed, the person inside the train experience time differently compared to you.
Yeah.
I forget which way it was, but
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter. It's just the fact that like time moves differently for you two.
Yeah.
It is like obviously negligible at the speeds we have on trains.
Yeah.
But it's still obviously still.
As long as the theory is sound, the higher speed you have, the slower time feels.
Yes, that's how it was. Yeah.
時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる。
私たちは今空間を自由に移動できるけど時間を1分過去に戻すことはできない。それが入れ替わるのよ。イベントホライゾンの向こう側だと空間の移動は不可能になり逆に時間を移動可能になる。
Yes. That is the theory.
It's interesting.
It's one of the time travel theories.
Yep. It's interesting to think about.
No, of course you can't imagine what that's like. It's a concept beyond how you can perspectivize.
Then we have the thing of in a lot of sci-fi, warp speed.
Don't worry about that.
What is warp speed and how fast do they move?
I assume
Apparently faster
more-
than light.
Are they? Is it not that speed of light? They travel at?
Don't know.
Because they don't travel through time, they just travel through space in an instant, basically.
Yeah, but
I would
speed of
assume
light.
it's be very close to the speed of light.
Speed of light is not instant.
No. But usually the amount of like space they have to move through with warp speed, it would almost feel like an instant. Also because time moves slower for them.
If you move at the speed of light, how would things look around you?
You would perceive time slower. So I'm not sure you would be able to even perceive it before you're out again.
So things just become... No, because you're moving past things. I don't know.
Yeah, but your time is also slowed, so when you're passing by something, time goes fast for that.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just I was just thinking more. How does it look around you as you're moving at the speed of light? Because a lot of these like warp speed travel things
Make
always
absolutely no fucking sense, because the speed at which they start and the speed at which they stop should absolutely crush a human through that spaceship. But that's another point in time.
Yeah. It's just they always show it as like there's a special effect around you when you're moving, like light effect. But I don't know if that would be. Some do show it as a bunch of lines passing
because
by.
you're moving so fast that light is perceived like a line.
Others show it more like use an effect that looks more like a nebula, honestly. And I'm like, why does it look like a nebula?
That to me, that just seems like they're going through like another dimension that cuts corners. But whatever, like a working wormhole. A lot of the time, it looks like a fucking wormhole when they do it.
So, like Doctor Who?
I don't fucking remember how Doctor Who does it.
They have that kind of nebula looking effect.
Yeah, but he can also freely go through fucking time with a fucking telephone booth. It's not real. Doctor Who's not meant to be realistic at all.
No.
So-
Doctor Who is also a fantasy.
Yeah.
It is not a sci-fi.
No. Not at all.
It's very technical.
It's an adventure drama.
Yeah. It is. There's a lot of technical stuff, but nothing is explained.
No. As he says, time is more like time, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. It's just a bowl of noodles. That's what it is.
Yeah. I can't even imagine what that's like.
空間の移動が不可能だからブラックホールからの再脱出はできないと言える。
Yes. That's literally the definition of the fucking event horizon.
Yeah. You get stuck in the singularity.
In the event
例えば
horizon. And eventually you
岡部
will
がブラッ
reach
クホールに
the
突入
singularity.
した場合に
Yeah.
体
They're not
験
the
する
same
のは
thing.
永
Well,
遠に引き伸ば
it's
さ
just
れた
more
時間
that
なの。
when you pass the event horizon, you are going at such a speed that getting to the singularity would take no time.
Oh yeah, but when you, they're still two completely distinct things.
Oh,
Event
yeah.
horizon is just like a point of no return for
Yeah.
escaping the black hole. That's all
I
it
know.
is, and a singularity obviously has its core. But they're not one and the same. I just wanted to make that distinction.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like you pass the event horizon
You fuck.
and immediately goes to the
Basically
singularity.
immediately. It's
Basically.
obviously compared to how big the black hole is, but you would,
the amount of difference is negligible.
from an outsider's perspective, I know we can't observe it, but from an outsider perspective, yes, it would be instant.
Yeah.
The person inside, it would take an endless amount of time because time slows so much down that it would take it fucking forever.
Yeah.
There's a difference. That's why they talked about perspectives before.
Yeah. But then there's also a question of like passing the event horizon. Are you able to observe anything anymore? Because
Oh, this is just a theory or
Yeah.
just an example.
It's
to
all about-
make it tangible.
it's all about, first you have to survive passing the event horizon,
Yes.
and then
You have to survive the singularity as well.
yeah. Though. Would you ever be able to really experience the singularity? Because time slows down for you so much
Theoretically, no.
that I assume
Theoretically, I think
At-
as a human you would die before even coming anywhere near it. Because your time still passes. You're just not moving very far at the time.
so. You're saying that when we pass the event horizon, we basically age
Yes.
to death instantly?
From an outsider's perspective, yes.
Yeah.
From an
yeah.
outsider's perspective, yes.
Yeah.
Or die of starvation.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, from an outsider's perspective, yes, that is theoretically what would happen, because time is basically infinite.
光が再脱出不可能ということは、人の目にはどうやったってイベントホライゾンの向こう側は見ることができない。
That's why it's all black. That's the event horizon you see.
観測も証明も不可能。
Yes.
ただし例外もある。タイムトラベルにカーブラックホールを使う場合、この例外こそが重要なのよ。
Okay.
もったいぶらずに教えてもらおうか。
No. Look at her, she's like, fuck you.
カーブラックホールは特異点。中心が回転してるわけだから、核運動量が存在する。
Yes, I did read that. It has an angular momentum.
Yeah.
It's a very important distinction.
Otherwise it wouldn't be a ring.
Yes.
だから日本語でオケだって。
Explain it for people who don't understand physics. Just to make sure everyone's following.
The easiest way to explain this would be visually.
Yes.
You make a point and you put a line that shows the direction it's going, and then show the way it's getting pulled, and therefore make a circle because it is constantly trying to move that way but gets pulled the other way. Vectors, essentially.
Yes. Force is just vectors.
Yeah.
We use vectors to indicate force.
Yeah.
So that is what you do, yes.
Vectors are very fun, in my opinion.
They are fun, but they can also be boring. Vector functions, on the other hand, are fun. That's different from normal vectors.
Oh, vector functions, yes.
Vector functions are fun.
Yeah, that's the fun part about vectors.
Just, calculating a fucking vector in 3D is fucking boring.
There's not much to it, no. But,
中心点が回転してるってさっき説明したでしょ。その回転運動量って思えばいい。
Is vector functions what you would use in physics?
Yeah, if you want time as a parameter, yeah. Because vector functions basically explain that the same point moves through the function.
ミクちゃんとクロちゃんに電子を与え続けると
That explains how
自由に操ることができるわけだけど、カーブラックホールの特徴は核運動量が質量を上回るとイベントホライゾンがなくなって特異点が裸の状態になること。
Oh boy.
No, this is an actual technical term.
No, I'm afraid of what Dado is gonna say.
Oh, yeah. Naked singularity. A singularity is usually concealed by its event horizon, which renders observation impossible. A naked singularity is a singularity whose event horizon has been removed. It can therefore be observed and even traveled through. The existence of naked singularities is purely theoretical.
Yeah.
And it's Einstein who came up with that,
Yeah.
to begin with.
裸
No!
Never mind.
No!
魔法書
裸になる
Oh, shut just on
こと
her!
でだったものが
イベントホライゾンがなくなることで時間と空間の役割が入れ替わる必要はなくなった。裸の特異点に向けてその入れ替わりを回避して突入できるようになる。そして裸の特異点の存在は一般相対性理論と因果律を破綻させるわ。
Yes?
宇宙の法則が乱れるのよ。
そんなもの存在できるのか。
A negation of the theory of relativity and the principle of causality means serious paradoxes can occur. But Kurisu
Didn't. Kirisu say that earlier.
didn't Kurisu say that earlier. I don't know what's happening.
これまでも存在する可能性は高いと予測されていた。 矛盾するようだけど証明はされてる。
Yes,
因果率が
mathematically
破
they can
綻してるわ
exist.
けだから、その裸の得意点に突入すれば過去へ遡ることができる。
Tipper's sequenda, yeah. Yeah, the Penrose diagram, that is exactly what I was looking for. Before.
Huh.
But yeah, they say a pair of queer black holes. It usually indicates two.
Question is, does it generate one where you are and where you end up?
I don't fucking remember. I think John Titor already kind of explained some of it, but I don't remember.
Which would mean John Titor's time machine is using CERN technology. Yeah. We've already been through this!
Yes.
Oh well.
But now it's put into, like, stone.
Yeah. Microsingularity then injects electrons to induce rapid rotation. This generates a local gravity sine wave. As the time machine passes through the singularity, the gravity distortion unit regulates the pressure to ensure safe passage.
This is again a naked singularity.
わからないのは
Where you would be able to
得意
escape.
点に電子を注入する部分ね。見て、この LHC の写真だけど、陽子衝突地点に妙な機器が設置されてる。
Okay.
リフターっていう名前で呼ばれてるみたいだけど、
Oh yes,
一体
lifters.
何のことだか。
ダル、聞いたことは？
リフター、さっきの Z プログラムにもちらっと出てきたよな。ググってみる？
Why would Google know anything about that?
おお、ヒットしてるし。
Because lifter is an actual technology that exists
Okay.
for other purposes. Obviously. A lot of results.
About 422,000 results. It's not that many, honestly.
No.
機密でも
It's still a
なん
lot
でもないのか。
considering how specific it was.
もしかしてこれじゃないか？
And the fact that this is
Ion
2010.
イオン、つまり電荷を持った原子や分子のことね。意味としては一致する。
We click on a link that says Ionocraft Lifter. Move to link destination. It takes us to a video. Looks like some dim garage. But it doesn't seem like anything secretive, just a garage like you'd see in an average American home. At the center of the screen is a triangular shape made of some kind of metal. It looks about 10 centimeters high and about 30 centimeters wide. What are you comparing it to?
I assume that he can probably see more of the background than we can. Since he could even discern it was a garage.
It's connected to some sort of transformer by a thin wire. Looks like some really cheap equipment. That's all there is. Nothing else. After explaining something in some language I don't understand, Russian maybe, the person filming the video slowly turns the power on. And then...
あ、浮いた。
The silvery triangle floats soundlessly into the air. Then it remains stationary.
反重力装置だと。
I mean, yes, but only because the material is so light.
そんなのあるわけない。あったら世紀の大発見よ。
Anything could be anti-gravity as long as you have enough heat in the air.
この場合、
Anything can
帯
be
電した
anti-gravity
空
as
気と
long as you
電
have
極
enough
が関係
magnets.
してる。
Yeah. It's just because it's charging the air around it. That's why it's floating.
It's called an ionic craft.
She said it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I like that the first thing they click on is a video, but okay. We look up information on the Ionocraft lifter. Lots of sites have detailed instructions on how to make lifters, but I don't know how they work, since the sites all give conflicting theories.
そのリフターにセルンが目をつけた。そしてタイムトラベルに必要な装置として組み込んでいる。ミクロ特異点の質量や重力場を操作できるとなれば、やはりこれは反重力装置ということだろう。
No, it's just charging the fucking protons!
まあそういう限定的条件に当てはめるなら間違いじゃないかもしれないけど。
Incredible! My curiosity is growing more by the second.
でもセルンはこのリフターの調整に苦労してるみたいね。ミクロ特異点の重力調整がうまくできていない。だから完全な裸の特異点を作れていない。
そのせいで被験者がゼリーマンになっていると見るべきだな。
裸の特異点が作れていないなら、つまり被験者はブラックホールに放り込まれるのと同じだから、突入するだけで凄まじい質量によって押しつぶされるに決まってる。その結果、あらゆる物質がフラクタル構造になってしまったという仮説を提示してみる。実際はどうなってるのかさっぱり。調べるだけで何ヶ月もかかりそう。
リフターはまだ未完成か。
If Tyler's telling the truth, then CERN won't complete their time machine for another 24 years.
つまり俺たちが先に電話レンジカッコ仮を完成させればセルンを出し抜くことも可能というわけだ。
Sure.
規模が全然違う。それにセルンでさえ完成させていないのにあんたにできるわけないでしょ。これは簡単に解決できる問題じゃない。そもそも時間移動調整や時間跳躍後の場所指定の問題もセルンは解決できてないし、ジェリーマンの発見時期や発見場所がバラバラなのも納得だわ。例えば地の底とか宇宙空間とかに放り出されたゼリーマンもいるかもしれない。見つかってるゼリーマン以外にもね。というかその可能性は限りなく 100% に近い。地球から何万キロも離れた宇宙空間に放り出されたらタイムトラベルしても無意味。全く実用的じゃないわ。
可変重力ロックシステムというようなものがあるとタイターは言っていた。それによって地球の重力を捉え必ず地球がある場所に到着できるようになると。
Somewhere on
タ
the
イタンの
surface.
説明はその点については曖昧だわ。
It's ridiculous.
She's like, that was fucking vague.
そういう機会があるというだけじゃ説明にはならない。
でも時間移動したら同じ場所に出るだけじゃないの？
No, because we're moving too. Like, The Earth we're on is moving. The galaxy is moving.
He's not wrong, is what he's saying.
No.
I assume in Japanese he's like same location on Earth. Or something like that.
Yeah.
I assume that's what he's trying to
Well, he is technically saying same location.
Yeah. Same location is technically also true. It's the same location in space.
Yeah. But that's not what he means.
No, he means same location on Earth.
出るわけないでしょ。
なんで
地球は常に動き続けているからだ。
そう、自転と公転。地球の自転速度は時速にしてだいたい1650キロ。公転速度は時速で考えるとおよそ11万4000キロ。1時間前にいた座標から私たちはそれだけ離れることになる。
むほー、そう考えると僕たちってテラハヤス。
Sure. Sure thing, Naru.
それだけじゃない。地球を含む太陽系はミルキーウェイに属してる。ミルキーウェイは渦を巻いているところから分かる通り回転してるのよ。諸説あるけ
There's a
ど
lot of movement.
だいたい1日に5000万キロぐらい地球が移動する速さでね。
How could you roll all those numbers so smoothly off her tongue?
She's a genius.
I get that she's a genius, but it's hardly common knowledge. Has she been doing research on the topic?
なんかもうスケールが途方もないぞな。
Yes.
ついでに言うとミルキーウェイを含む複数の銀河で銀河群が形成されているし、さらに上のグループとして
Which is also, you know, moving, and they're part of superclusters, which are also moving, and
Everything's moving.
yeah,
それらの銀河群も超
it
銀
only
河
makes
団
sense.
も動いているかも
Because
し
of
れ
Big
ないわ
Bang,
け。
everything has to keep moving.
そうなるとさらに飛躍的に私たちの移動距離は伸びる。
But so far,
いずれにせよ
You know.
ほんの1秒前に飛ぼうとするだけでも膨大な局所場指定の計算が必要になるのよ。手動じゃ無理だし、同じ場所に移動しようと思ったらスパコンで計算したって解が出るまでに何年かかるか。
ならば仕方あるまい。ダイターを探し出し、その可変重力システムを借りようではないか。
それは明暗ね。せいぜい頑張って。この問題についてセルンはどうしようとしてるのかな。
Dawn breaks.
oh my god.
We stayed up all night again. Kurisu is the only one that can read Cern's documents. Dara and I could to use translation software, but that'd be nowhere near as efficient as she is. Well, it's not exactly what I had in mind when I said I wanted to borrow her knowledge. It just goes to show that I was right to make her a lab man.
And he's finally sleeping. Good for you, Dara. You deserve some sleep.
Dara is fast asleep on the sofa. Beep beep.
Part-time warrior. Hungry. I'm so hungry. I had to skip breakfast again today. I don't have much money on hand. Are there any good places to find insects to eat around here? I can get by using my survival skills if I have to. Sure
No
thing,
reply.
Suzuha.
In another world line, we'll answer you. I decided to watch some TV. As always, the news channels are all covering the Radican satellite crash.
人工衛星墜落から5日が経過した秋葉原ですが、夏休みシーズンに入ったということもあり、放置されたままの人工衛星を一目見ようと多くの人が詰めかけています。
Yep.
一方、今日未明、 NASA アメリカ航空宇宙局のスポークスマンマイケル・バーン氏は会見で、日本に人工衛星が墜落した事実はないと語り、墜落した物体が人工衛星以外の物体であることを示唆しました。
This satellite, it's not a satellite.
警察によりますと、墜落した人工衛星については現在調査中であり、撤去する時期のめどは立っていないとのことです。
They have no other word, I guess, to use for it.
No, this is funny. That satellite is not a satellite. The satellite is currently on police investigation, just completely ignoring them.
I guess you just don't have anything else to use.
They could say like the object.
Yeah.
You know, that would still be professionally okay to say the object, the unknown object.
I love how the red text up there is like, where the fuck did it come from? It's like, hittai doko kara? And they were like, where the fuck did this come from?
Does anybody see it fall? Is it really under investigation? This could be another plot by the organization. What? What?
Oh, I see. She came in while he was thinking.
うわー、なんかね、ズズーンっていう重い空気が漂ってるよ。
The three of us probably look pretty haggard since we stayed up all night. But it's hard to put on a bright smile now that I know about CERN. CERN! Mayody's appearance makes Daru get up with a grimace. Kurisu also finally moves away from the computer and after taking off her lab coat, left the lab, muttering, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Kahi. But she wasn't gone long. There aren't any cafes or convenience stores around here, so she must have used a nearby vending machine.
いい機会だ。
Yes.
ラボメンが全員集合したところだし、久々に
I like
円
that
卓会議を開こうと思う。
felt like he needed to explain the fact that there aren't cafes or anything like such around that she had to use a vending machine. She just said she was going to get coffee.
Yeah, but he was like, she wasn't gone for very long. And since there are no cafes or stuff like that, she must have just gotten it from a vending machine. That's kind of like the flow that was going there.
Yeah, it's useless.
It's just,
useless information.
It's useless information, but it says a lot about both of them as characters.
Mm. I mean,
It's characterization.
like any true scientist, you don't care about the quality of stuff you put in your body.
Except for him. He only wants to drink Dr. Pepper.
Again, the quality of stuff you put into your body. Sometimes people have preferences, obviously, but they obviously don't care about being healthy or any kind of good thing, whatever. They just go to whatever they can get, as long as it's the thing they prefer.
For him, it's like, only true scientists drink Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Or Dr. People, as it's called in here.
So yeah, it's like you take. I forget what that's from. There is some kind of media where a character. No, that's not Cube actually. That's
Huh?
Edit.
What? Who? When? What?
It's a long time ago.
Probably.
When he was doing a like a Q&A together with Emma Blackery.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
And they were asked about favorite food. And Dan was just like, nearest food is favorite food. That kind of thing. That's kind of how it is to be a scientist.
Yeah, that's true. I don't fucking give a fuck either.
Nearest food is favorite food.
I just need sustenance.
Yeah.
Alright? That's all I fucking care about.
Don't care what it is.
No!
Get
As long
inside.
as it's not poisonous and I can eat it, I don't fucking give a fuck.
As long as I get full.
Yeah. We're too busy with other things.
Yeah.
会議
Roundabout conference?
Yeah!
That's not what he said.
No, he said round table.
なんぞそれ
You don't know what a round table?
Conference.
ミーティングだ
New pawn.
Yeah. Not Newton.
Yeah.
It's Newton.
そんなのこれまでにやったことあったっけ
そもそも円卓なんてどこにあるのよ。
We don't talk about having a round table.
実物はないだが我らラボメンの心の中にはある
Sure.
そうだろ
そうだろ？じゃなかろうが。勝手に人の心の中に変なもの持たせないで。
マユシーにもあるかな
Yes, sure, Mayashi. Sure.
She's kind of adorable.
Yes, she's fucking adorable.
Is that what in my issue too?
Yeah. Like when I
She
was
says
younger.
with no nose.
Yeah. Like when I was younger, I fucking hated her because she was so stupid. But now I just find her adorable.
Yeah. It's probably because you like people who are just... Well, you like children, for one thing. And you like animals because they're innocent. They don't really, you know, understand how things are. And therefore they're just kind of...
Yeah, but when I was younger, I hated her.
Yeah. But... Did you love children when you were younger?
Pretty sure I like children, but I also know what to expect of children. I think I didn't like her because everyone else kind of seemed to know what was going on, and she was just there like, I don't understand. Kind of breaking the what I wanted to get out of the story, which was the physics.
そっかよかったでも円卓って何
Round table.
Roundable.
Yeah.
てかなんで円卓アーサー王
Yeah.
That's where the idea comes from?
Yes.
I
What are you confused about?
I'm not sure if he's dumb.
Who?
Daru?
Why?
Because he's asking why a round table, you King Arthur? As like,
It's not the fact that he
no, it's
is
just.
questioning that.
Has he really not heard of a round table conference? Most conferences are about a round table because people are supposed to be equal.
Yeah. Why is that different from what he's saying there?
He's asking why a round table.
Yeah, I think he's just like, why are you so particular about it being a round table? That guy does not care about everyone being equal around a round table. He's just saying it because it sounds cool.
Yeah, but that's the idea of it. That's also
Yeah.
why King Arthur had a round table.
Yes. But that's not always how people see that. And Okaba definitely doesn't.
That's at least the story
Yeah.
behind.
And that's because King Arthur was, you know, a commoner like anyone else.
Yeah.
Before he became king.
Yeah. And respected by just about everyone.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a there's a big reason why it's a big reason as to why it's called a round table conference. Also because they do use more of a ring these days,
Yeah.
but it's still round
Yeah.
because they don't need something in the middle.
It's
But back in the day, it was also a round table. The reason why you would see, for example, in like villains layers and stuff like that, that they did not have a round table is because the villain is the top. They are better.
They had a long table.
They have a long table where the people who are important are at the ends of the table. The rest of them are lower than.
But that's not why he's asking this. He's just asking why particularly a round table, and then he's referring to King Arthur because, that's where the round table conference is known.
He's answering his own question.
Well,
he just doesn't know.
No?
It's a round table conference.
Yeah.
Because of the story of King Arthur and his round table.
Yeah, but he's asking Okabe why he chose that specifically.
Okay. Okabe is referring to the round table conferences that governments would have and stuff like that.
I'm not sure that's what he's referring to at all, no. Never said
That's what he said.
Yeah,
he said round table conference, and therefore it is a direct link to what.
That's not. I don't think that's the reason. Which is also why Daros is asking. You think you're King Arthur? That's what he's asking.
Why don't you think that's what he means? He obviously got the idea from somewhere.
Yeah, from the book about the legend of King Arthur. Not from the governments.
I can't deal with this.
Why not?
Because we're talking past each other. And I have no way of getting you to see it the way I see it.
He's never mentioned governments. Okabe just took it because it sounds cool and important. That's the reason. He just knows it from the story about King Arthur and thinks it sounds cool and important.
Why do you think that is specifically taken from King Arthur stories?
Because I would imagine that's where his interest would lie, and it would mean that it sounds more important than if you just take it from normal governments. It sounds legendary. He likes this kind of stuff. He's dramatic as fuck. It's just a kind of
The
character.
fact is, he would obviously want this laboratory thing to sound official.
Yes.
Right?
Also that.
And if he were to use the idea of a roundtable conference that a lot of official organizations and governments would use, therefore it would make the whole thing sound more official and prime, proper, all that kind of stuff.
But you can also get that from taking it from King Arthur, and it also sounds cool at the same time.
You're only saying King Arthur because Daro is mentioning King Arthur.
Yes. People who, wrote Okabe also wrote Daro, so I assume there's always a connection. Often is in writing. They would mention it because that's what he thought of.
Let's see what he says.
そもそも私はラボメンといっても
I'm
期
not
間
sure he's
限定だ
gonna
し
say anything.
These people whine about every little thing.
とにかく円卓会議だ。マイリは昨日の夜はいなかったので、ひとまず今の俺たちの置かれた状況を教えて
I'm
もらう。
not sure she's gonna understand it. But sure, you can try.
I don't want to be here anymore. Because what's the point of having these discussions if I can't explain it to you?
You did explain it to me.
No, I clearly didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. We're talking past each other.
No?
You don't know that.
I'm
You
pretty
don't
sure
know
you
how it is inside my head.
No, but I understand perfectly where you're coming from. I'm just saying that's not how Okabe thinks. I know more about Okabe than you do. as a character.
Why would he? Then I want to know, do they ever call it a roundtable conference in the stories of King Arthur? Specifically,
I don't know, I haven't read it.
Conference.
I haven't read it, I don't know.
No, but that's what I'm questioning, because I wouldn't think that they would have used the word conference in the stories. That's why I'm specifically thinking about, you know, a conference that you would have in an organization or in a government.
But when I read Roundtable Conference, I immediately think of King Arthur. That could also be enough.
That was my that
was my immediate thought.
My immediate thought was governments. So, again, go to which goes to show that we think differently. Obviously, we're different people, and I'm just trying to. I don't know. It doesn't feel like I'm getting my point across. And I don't want to use any more time on this. But I guess you're not listening.
No, I just wanted to see how it was described.
In the stories of King Arthur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'll continue then. I'll tell Mayuri about everything we discovered in her absence. About how CERN is making a time machine. About JELLYMAN. About how men in black might be coming to erase us for what we know.
Yep.
Okay.
悪いことは良くないよって言ったのに。
悪いだと？俺たちが？何をバカな。
Well, I guess that's true. A mad scientist doesn't necessarily mean you're bad. We just usually associate mad scientists with being bad. Because usually mad scientists are bad. Because they're mad.
Yes. It just means he's morally ambiguous.
それを言うならばセルンの方がよほど悪。世界だけでは飽き足らず、時空までも手に入れようと企んでいる連中だ。
Sure.
No, they want to get their hands on space-time so they can rule the world.
Yes.
What? The fuck are you
but
saying?
But they still want both of them
同意するわ。
in the end. It's just the other way around.
Yeah, it's just...
Don't worry about it.
Curtis is once again wearing her lab coat. It seems she's grown fond of it. As she well should.
セルンのやってることは社会的にも人間的にも、そして研究者としても許されることじゃない。
The traitors, damn.
そうだけど。
I didn't want to get Mayuri involved, but she's surprisingly perceptive. She'd find out even if we kept it a secret, so it's better to just tell her.
いずれにせよこれで我がラボとセルンとラグナロックは避けられない。
Sure.
A large part of me is still afraid. But we've come too far to turn back now. What, you've passed the event horizon? Can't unknown.
He passed the event horizon way before this. But we'll get to that.
Ragnarok?
Yeah.
また北欧神話か。
クリスティーナ、お前にはセルン調査について命じていたな。何か新たに分かったことは？
命じられた覚えはないけどね。
Sure.
セルンがタイムトラベルにおいて抱えている問題点は2つ。1つは電子注入装置リフターの調整。これがうまく機能しないとカーブラックホールの特異点を裸にできない。この状態で特異点を通過しようとすれば超重力によって被験者はミクロレベルまで圧縮されてしまう。当然無事ではいられないわ。それとタイムトラベル先の局所場指定ができないことが2点目。特異点を抜けてどこへ出るかの指定ができない。だから各地で見つかっている14人のゼリーマンはむしろ運がいい方だったと言うべき。人体実験は2001年から100回以上行われていた。つまり残りの80人以上はどこへ飛ばされたのかすら確認できていないということ。
Then who are the lucky ones? Is it CERN?
CERN.
Okay.
Not the experimental. They all died.
Okay.
Matter.
Yeah, because I was like, I don't think you can consider those human experiments to be lucky.
No.
Because no matter where you end up, you're a jelly.
Yeah, you did.
So.
But for CERN,
yeah,
it was lucky that there was some that were transported to a place at a time where they could be found.
Yeah.
An archive, for that matter.
なんで確認できないの？
Though I do have a question then. If that's the case, do you keep your momentum?
You need to be more specific.
Earth moves through space.
Yes.
If you were to end up in space, not on Earth, would you keep your momentum?
Considering that your momentum changes the minute you go into a black hole, I don't think so.
No.
Because it has such a gravitational pull. It's going to change the direction of the momentum anyways. That's part of the Penrose thing as well.
So when you end up at the other side and you're on Earth, when you come back, if you are not pointing in the direction that the move is earthing, the Earth is moving.
I just realized you said the move with earthing, and at first I didn't realize what you meant, like that you had made a mistake. But then I was like, wait, no, you flipped them around. I see.
When the Earth is moving, or in the direction that the Earth is moving, does that mean that you will fly away from Earth? And if you are on the side of the direction the Earth is moving, will you crash into Earth? Because you no longer have the same movement, the same... shit, now I forget what that's called. The same velocity as Earth.
Yes, but I also think the moment you exist again on Earth, you will be pulled with the Earth anyways.
Because of its gravity?
Yes, I think so. That's at least, the theory you'd have. How that works, I don't know, but that's how it has to be from the physics we know. So whatever velocity they have from the black hole will have to be low enough for the gravity of Earth to catch said person again.
マユシ、そんなことも知らんの？地球は常に動いてるんだよ。
Wow,
自転速度
Daru!
は時速にして1500キロ、高低速度は
It's
11万 4000キロで。
You absolute shit.
Darustone is authoritative, but he's just relaying what he heard from Kurisu last night.
Yeah.
セルンはその2点について解を模索してるみたいだけど、うまくいってないみたい。
So even CERN is having difficulties.
それで助手よ。セルンのタイムマシンから電話レンジカッコ仮のヒントになるようなものは見つかったか？
If she would have, then CERN would have.
Probably. But you also never know.
Maybe, okay. It could be that they're not missing the same things.
We don't really know yet.
No, but it's. I'm just saying that the phone wave might be missing something that CERN has already learned, while CERN is missing something that the phone wave already does.
Yeah. You also have to remember,
ヒントね。
CERN does figure this out eventually in the future.
Yeah,
So it's definitely solvable.
it's solvable. That's true.
And she
But-
is a genius.
Yes, but it's just more that like you wouldn't if you were to figure out from CERN's documents how to fix it or make it functional, then that would mean that CERN has already made it functional.
Yes, obviously. I don't expect them to
That
find
was my
everything
point.
in their documents.
No. But I suppose it's also true that maybe she
LHC は世界一巨大
could.
な電子レンジなんて言
Theory.
われ
There it
る
is,
ぐら
that's
い
the
だ
line!
けど、
World's largest microwave oven! There it is!
I suppose she could possibly theorize and come up with an idea of how to do it from the like going out from the documents and the information
Build
they have.
upon that, yes.
Yeah, build upon that.
Like, they obviously need a lifter. They don't have a lifter. The question is if there's anything in their environment that could work as a lifter, considering they have sent stuff back in time.
Yeah.
You need a lifter for that.
Yeah.
So clearly, from what we know, there would be technology somewhere around us that works sometimes that has the same properties as a lifter.
そうか。つまり電話レンジカッコ仮は LHC の縮小版ということだな。
Yes, I mean, that's not how it really works, but
あながち間違ってない
that
か
is
も
one of the few things that you can, like, suspend your disbelief, whatever.
Well, in the sense that there's
It plops out particles.
it shoots out particles and there is a possibility that they're going to hit each other. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
That's true.
It's
もっとも
it's a metaphor.
電話レ
No,
ンジはわからない
like,
ことが
average
多すぎる
person would be like, yeah, I can
な
see
んでセ
that.
ルンのタイムマシンと同じような現象をあの小さな電子レンジで起こせるのか。
Yeah.
LHC と違ってこれはタイムトラベルのために作られたものじゃないのよ。
True. It was just meant to, you know, send a time to the microwave so that it would be done cooking when you got home.
マユシーの唐揚げを温めるためのものだよね。
Sure. We'll say that.
まあそうね。
少なくともゼリーマンという現象が電話レンジカッコ仮でも起きているのだから、マユリのバナナはカーブラックホールのリング上得意点に到達していると考えるべき。
ブラックホールができてるの？ここに？吸い込まれないかな？
If it sucked us in, we'd become JELLYMAN too.
Yeah. Oh no!
でも放電現象の仕組みや発生条件が解明できてない。
この前の実験だと放電現象が起きた時にだけ過去へメールを送れたお。
Also, they're fucking small.
まだ2度しか成功していないが、その放電現象が意味するのは電荷、すなわち電子注入の可能性が高い。
I mean,
それが発生した
yes.
時だけ得意点への
That
道
is
が
what
開ける
electrical discharge is.
放電現象の原因はわからないじゃない。
それはこれから調べる。
そもそも過去へ送れるメールはデジタルデータであって物体じゃないわ。そこがセルンのタイムマシンと決定的に違っている。
Yes, that's true.
いや、やることは同じだ。
But the
デ
theory
ジタ
should
ル
be
デー
the
タが
same.
得意点を通り抜けないと誰か保証したのか。人間サイズの物体を通り抜けさせるよりよほど簡単だと思うが。
Yes.
I think you have to remember that this data is also waves.
Yes.
They're also photons.
Yes.
So it's obviously gonna be affected by the black holes.
Yeah.
まあ確かに。
あのね、メールって言うから混乱するんだと思うな。
Even though most people don't realize it, data is technically physical.
Yeah. In a sense. Yes.
In the sense that if it's wireless, it's waves.
Yes.
If it's
Through fibers, through fucking glass. This is light.
it's light, also waves.
Yeah. But light is waves.
Yeah, that's
So.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. If it's through a cable, like a normal cable, not a fiber, then it is electrons,
Yeah, it's charged electrons.
and all of that is all physical.
Yeah.
So
Technically speaking, it is all physical. When you look at it like that, yes.
technically speaking, electrons are physical.
Yes, but in a technical sense, yes.
Not practically.
That's not what I meant. I didn't say as in a technicality. I said in a technical sense. When you really go in and look at what data is, yeah, it's physical. That's what I mean.
Well, it's
You're correct. I'm not saying anything
yeah,
else.
yeah. Okay. So that's what you mean, technically.
Yes. It's
I
not a
thought you
technicality.
meant that electrons are technically like
They are a physical thing. They're just very,
They are
very
physical.
small. They have a mass and everything.
yeah. It was just
agree.
more you were using the same argument for data that you're using the same argument that we're using for data for electrons, which doesn't make sense because electrons are physical.
Yes.
Data is
It's information stored on a physical particle.
yeah.
That is the simplest way you can explain it.
本物の紙飛行機にした手紙がピューンって飛んでいくイメージなんだよ、きっと。
Oh, my Eddie.
Which is also why you need physical things to store data on,
Yes.
because otherwise
Otherwise, it'll just disappear.
yeah, you basically just discharge the electrons into the air and they would go away.
They just disperse and they will be
Disperse.
discharged.
Yeah, and no longer
And the data will just disappear.
functional
Yeah. Data will just disappear.
to wherever the electrons go.
Yeah.
むしろ光線だろう。光デジタルデータみたいな。
Exactly. It's a beam of light.
ところで、過去へ送れるメールは言いにくいな。名前を付けようではないか。
Here we go!
Oh no.
またカッコつけ。
Yep.
またとか言うな。 この法王院教魔をバカにしているのか。
どうせへんてこな名前をつけたいんでしょ。
Of course.
変って
But it's
ことは
cool.
失敬だな。ならば発表しよう。俺はこの過去へ送れるメールという現象についてこう名付けた。その名もノスタルジアドライブ。
Wow.
わかりにくい。却下。
貴様、助手の分際で却下できる権限があると思っているのか。
Why nostalgia drive?
Because, you know, nostalgia as in the past thing, and drive as in that's where you store data.
Nostalgia is a very specific way of referring to the past.
Yes, it is. It sounds cool, okay? It's just like, it's like slightly synonymous with what it is we're talking about. But it sounds cool, so I'm cool with it.
Like when I was younger and had to come up with a new email address, and I didn't exactly understand what I was writing, but I was like,
Sounds cool.
The Iron Maiden, the band, has a cool name. So what if I just take that and change Iron to Punk?
Yeah.
So the Punk Maiden. Not realizing that the Iron Maiden is
An actual thing.
as an actual thing,
Yeah.
and Maiden means well.
Don't worry about it. You were a child, you didn't know.
Even back then, I turned myself into a girl.
Yeah. Well, the Iron Maiden is technically a torture device, but yes.
Oh yeah, but it was more Maiden.
Yeah. Don't worry about
So
it. You
'cause
didn't know.
I said the punk Maiden, so therefore I'm a maiden who's a punk, and maidens typically refers to women.
It is.
So without realizing,
Referring to pure women, actually.
yeah, pure women.
That's why it's usually priestesses are called maidens.
Yep,
But
that and virgins.
yeah, but they're also celibate, so
Yeah.
same. They're also pure, per definition on that front.
Yeah. But I didn't really realize that that's what it meant at
No.
the time. I was like, I'll just take this this band's name and
Yeah.
make it into my own
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And he's just like, nostalgia kinda has a reference to the past. Drive, you store data on Drive. Nostalgia Drive. Yeah, sounds cool. I'll go with that. That is his entire thought process, I swear.
I don't know if that's exactly what he means by drive. Drive can be a lot of things.
Yes, but
Because drive can also refer to movement.
yes. He could also have had both thoughts in that. Regardless, the reason why he chose it is because it sounds cool.
じゃあ多数決する？ノスタルジアドライブに賛成の人。
It's the only one that does. What?
Let's continue.
It's the only one that does.
Yes.
Who? What?
Continue the text.
What thing does what?
Maybe he'll explain.
裏切ったな誰マユリ
Nope.
I think
It's supposed to say, I am the only one who does.
maybe. My irony is just like, I don't understand this nostalgia, whatever it is, so I can't say yes to it.
クリスチャンの言う通りだと思うな。マユシーはそんな長い名前は覚えられません。
Yeah.
中二病すぎだろ上皇。
Yeah, true that.
Traitors!
ならばお前たちには自分で考えたとっておきのネーミングがあるのだろうな。まさか我が案を否定しておいてノープランとは言わせんぞ。
You don't have to have your own idea to reject an idea.
No, but he feels betrayed to the point where he's like, alright, if you reject my great idea, you must have a better one. Kind of.
I understand what he's coming from,
Yeah.
but
It's not how it works, but for a lot of people, that is how they're going to react.
やっぱり 分かりやすさ重視にすべきだと思う。時間を遡っているメールなんだから、そこをメールでいいんじゃない？
Definitely better.
そこってどういう意味？
今のマユリの反応が答えだ、クリスティーナ。分かりやすい名前をつけるべきと言っておきながら、ちっとも分かりやすくないではないか。
And yours were?
That's the point here.
それはまゆりさんが。
Cause she's stupid.
なんでもない。
もしかして今、マユリがバカだからと言おうとしたか？
Why do you... Okay.
He's just trying to tease her. So she don't
No, I get that, but he's saying it so nonchalantly that he's like, yeah, she's dumb. Kind of thing.
Well, I didn't. The way he said it wasn't really nonchalantly. He was just teasing her, and he knows Mayuri doesn't give a fuck. So
クリスちゃん
see, she's like, "You think I'm dumb?"
思ってるのかな？
思ってない。全くこれっぽっちも思ってないから、誤解しないで。
時をかけるメールの一択だろう。
That is a reference to an anime movie.
Yep.
It's the girl who lived through time. That's also very long.
少し表現が硬いな。言いにくい。
My argument would have been too long.
Yeah.
オカリンのノスタルなんとかだって十分長いじゃんか。それにこれは映画のタイトルよ。
I can't even say that because in Japanese it was a lot easier to say because he just says nantoka afterwards.
Yeah, here they are referencing
That fucking stupid long word, yeah.
From
Is it from Back to the Future?
Nope.
No. Okay.
No. The what's her name?
Oh.
The nanny from the Disney movie. The one that flies in with the umbrella.
Fuck! Why don't I remember this? Why don't I remember? Mary Poppins!
Mary Poppins.
It's like, there's so many images I can put in my head where people said the word, I just could not get it out. There it is, Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins.
Oh yeah, I suppose
That's where it
so.
is from.
I've never watched the original, so maybe that's why I don't know.
ロマンがあればいいのだ、ロマンが。
Yeah, as I said, it needs to be
そんな理由で却下かよ。
あ、トゥットゥルー、マユシーも思いついたよ。あのね、バックトゥーザメール、映画のタイトルとね、メールを。
What is it with people and making fucking references?
マユシ、映画のタイトルネタはもう僕がやった。
Yeah, that too.
それに意味が微妙に違ってきてると思う。
Mails to the future.
But our emails go to the
mail to the
past.
future, but our email goes to the past.
So that doesn't work.
意味とかじゃなくて、映画のタイトルとメールをくっつけて。
Yeah, we know.
いずれにせよ長い。
This one's the other one wasn't too long. How long is the title in Japanese for The Girl Who Lived Through Time?
Not as long as in English.
No.
じゃあデロ
They
リ
don't
アン
have
メー
all
ルと
those
か。
small words.
DeLorean mail. Yeah.
We're getting closer to the real name. Let's see, what
もう
is
何のメールか
the
さっぱりわからないではないか。
Yeah, Tokyo Kakeru Shoujo. It's a lot, shorter.
Okay.
ねえ、こんなくだらないことに時間取ってる場合じゃないでしょ。もういっそのこと略して D メールにしなさいよ。
いや、しかしそれでは味気なさすぎるというか。
But it's perfect. It's a reference to the DeLorean still.
味気なかろうが味気があろうがどうでもいい。
Shut down.
Yeah.
Curtis's influence in the lab seems to have grown significantly these past few days.
じゃあ D メールに決定します。
We call them D-mails. We came up with a name. Woo!
My ID proclaims the decision with satisfaction.
で、なんで D メールみたいな現象が起きるん？
リング得意点への道が開いているからだ。何度も言っているだろう。
ブラックホールが発生しているのかどうかは確認できていない。単にセルンのタイムマシンと偶然似てるだけで、実は全く違う現象かもしれない。
technically interested in physics. Therefore, of course, he wouldn't know. And Mayuri is stupid in high school, so she definitely wouldn't know.
焦って結論を出すのは危険よ。
何を言う？お前は自分たちでタイムマシンを作りたいとは思わないのか？そのために危険を冒してセルンにハッキングまでしたのだぞ。今語るべきは電話レンジカッコ仮をタイムマシンとして使えるようにするにはどうしたらいいかだ。
でもさ、僕たちにできると思うん？
できるかどうかではない。やるのだ。
何よその精神論至上主義。あんたって無能なトップの典型ね。
おのれ、狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法院京馬に対して何たる言い草だ。
まあそもそもオカリンは別にトップじゃないけど。
How dare you, Daru? How dare you?
いかにも俺はラボの象徴であってトップではない。
象徴だかなんだか知らないけど、どうやって電話レンジをタイムマシンとして使えるようにするか、その具体的な解法を教えてよ。
解放か。そうだ。一つ。
It's fucking epilepsy, that's what this is.
放電現象が起きるか起きないかはランダムだと思っているようだが、俺には仮説があるんだ。
どういうこと？
発生条件の再現だよ、クリスティーナ。昨日の夜いろいろ検討したはずだぞ。そして俺たちは最も単純で最も決定的な条件を見落としていた。すなわち発生時刻だ。
Okay.
Hey,
I suppose.
well, if you go by time,
It's time they've tested
that means
it.
you will never be able to go back to it.
No, that's not what he means.
Because the time will never be the same again.
No, it's the time of occurrence. But
He means the time of day, honestly.
Yes.
Obviously, but that doesn't really make sense. How would it know what time of day it is?
exactly. But continue.
過去2回の放電現象が起きた時間を調べてみたんだが、それによれば俺が誰の携帯に送った時に偶然発生した最初の D メールはだいたい12時から13時の間。そして2回目、俺たち4人全員が目撃した D メールは18時頃に発生している。
Yes, approximately.
つまりその2つの時間帯に実験をすれば、あるいは再現が可能かもしれないのだ。
It's worth a try.
早速やってみましょう。
I mean, it is between 12 and 6.
それにしてもこの助手ノリノリである。
Yes.
マユシーのバナナずいぶん減ったね。また買ってこなくちゃ。
ごめんね、まゆりさん。後で新しいバナナ買ってくるから。
本当？嬉しいな。
Look, she's happy.
オカリンやダルくんはね、バナナ勝手に食べてもちっとも買ってきてくれないのです。
I'll be sure to amend that in the future when you actually have money.
Yeah.
A bunch of bananas is a small price to pay in order to bring chaos to the world.
Sure.
まずはジェリーマンになるか試してみる。
Yes, let the banana become a jellyman.
Banana now? Oh, she hit her head.
Yeah.
ドジっ子アピールはよせ。
しとらんわ。クリスちゃん、クリスちゃん。痛いの
She's
痛い
fucking
の。
adorable. Yeah, pain, go away.
サンクス、まゆりさん。
I still... The one thing that I have the most questions about is why the fuck they have Nixie tubes on the fucking microwave. Depicting the wattage. It says 600, what the fuck?
Kurisu pulls herself together, types on her phone, and activates the phone whip.
Something to change?
Banana inside the microwave slowly begins to spin backwards as the timer counts.
Down.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no reason for it.
Absolutely none other than it looks cool. And it's kind of a trademark for the series. Ah, there it is!
おお。
ゲルバナになったね。
It worked!
やはり俺の予想通り、発生条件は時間帯だったな。
Well, you've done one so far.
Yes,
You need to do it multiple times
Yes.
to actually confirm it.
I know. But for him, that was enough.
I was a little anxious about the result, but it all worked out. I outwitted the impertinent genius girl. Now my position as symbol of the lab is secure.
Sure.
やるわね、岡部。あまりに単純すぎて気づけなかった。
It is very simple.
悔しいのか？
But the reason is, why does time matter?
言葉を送る姿勢は評価してやろう。
It is like why would it care what time of day it is? That makes no sense.
Exactly.
What were the times for the experiments at CERN?
Nighttime. Both of the times they did it with nighttime.
それより
sure?
D メールが再現できるかについて
Because they said they did it all
確
night.
認しないと。
No. The experiments at CERN.
Oh! Oh, those did not have a specific...
Yes, they had time and date.
Actually, they did, yes. That was also daytime. Most of them were like around 12 something.
So past 12.
Yes. But that's another... You have to remember time difference. That wouldn't make sense because when it's 12...
And why
Yeah.
does this make sense?
In France, it's like nighttime in Japan, so that's not... No, that's not how that works.
But it apparently works that it cares about the day of time in Japan? Or
All I'm gonna say is there's a perfectly reasonable and plausible explanation for why time matters. It's not time itself that matters, but he hasn't gotten that far yet. It's fine.
the placement in the universe?
No, not the placement in the universe.
Whether we're within an arm or not?
No. Nothing that grand. I said perfectly plausible reason. Even if it is a little bit ridiculous. But that's not because of the reason, that's because of... I'm not gonna say anymore.
もともと 威厳はないと思う。
いいからそこの男子2人手伝って。岡部、あんたの携帯にメール送るから。
When did I become her assistant?
ねえねえ
Let's see if it
クリス
works.
さん、なんて送るの？
別に意味のある文章である必要はない。送れるかどうかを確認できさえすればいいんだから。
どれどれ？岡部はずアンエアへ？
待て、そこの助手、何を打ち込んでいる？
さあね、準備いい？送るわよ。
We run it again!
This is where the timing counts. We know that we have to open the microwave door during operation, but we still don't know when to send the mail.
No.
But the first time they didn't open it. It was only the second time.
Well, I'm pretty sure they said that Coyote accidentally opened it the first time he went there.
Daru just says there was a discharge. He didn't say anything about the door being opened. It was only the second time where she opened the door.
I don't remember exactly what he said.
For now, we'll do them simultaneously. Kurisu readies her finger on her phone. Send button. I stand by in front of the microwave.
じゃあカウン
Hope
ト
I
す
don't
る
get
ぜ。
electrocuted!
Death, death.
3、2、1。
His mouth is not moving.
No, Daru was saying that.
Oh.
Woo! Just gonna sit there and stare at the discharge. That's such good imagery.
The discharge lasts for about 10 seconds. Luckily, it didn't break through the floor.
Only the table the first time.
メール届いた。
I disconnect my phone from the phone wave
Need something to change?
and check my mail. There's an email there. 2 of them even.
Okabe was an airhead.
That's not what they translated what.
That's what she said.
Yeah, but the subtitles said that Okabe is.
Yeah, but she said was an
Okay.
airhead.
Cool! They're not proofreading this.
I think they might have seen it, but they're like, let's make this grammatically correct because saying Okabe was an airhead doesn't make sense in context. The
It's a
game
little weird.
should have said is an airhead,
Yeah.
but they're Japanese, so let it slide. And the people translating it just chose to make it grammatically correct.
You can say was an airhead.
Grammatically correct in the context.
Still,
It doesn't make sense to
in the
write
context,
that. In
that's
context,
different.
which is often what they care about.
Okay.
They translate.
The Okabe in the first one is obviously my name. But what does airhead in the second one mean? My English is shaky. Is she saying my head can fly or something? Whatever. I may not know what it means, but I do know this. My assistant is making fun of me.
Well, at least you got that much.
お前はメールを2通送ったのか？
No.
送ったのは1通だけ。
マユシーも見たよ。あのね、本当に1通だった。
しかし2通受信しているぞ。
I love that it's assistant.
Why are you questioning this now? The other times was also multiple mails. But
He just.
そう
I
ね。
don't think he just
一つの
thought
文章
about
だ
it
っ
before
た
now.
の。分割されてる。
He's more focused on other things.
They're all idiots.
Yeah,
ち
to
なみ
an
にこの
extent,
文章の
yeah.
意味は？
自分で調べれば？
I guess she doesn't want to answer.
そういえばさ、この前の D メールも文章は途中で切れてたよな。
There we go.
そう
ダルシー
だったか？
何が原因なのかしら。
ゼリーマンと関係があるかもしれん。
でもマユシーはね、どうして5日前に届いたかの方が気になります。
確かに前に送った時も5日前に届いてたわよね。
Well, you all put it to
そうだったか。
120 seconds, so I assume 120 seconds
Either
equals
this-
5 days.
Either that, because it didn't go through the entire
No.
seconds. Either that, or the wattage.
Yes.
Could be the wattage.
なんか法則性でもあるんじゃね？
じゃあさもっとじゃんじゃん送ってみようよ。
Mayuri is right.
She is right.
Now that we've figured out how to send emails, we should keep experimenting and collect as much data as we can.
よし、ラボメンよ、全員配置につけ。
Gonna send a bunch of mails to the past.
これより D メール実験を可能な限り連続で行う。ダルはペケロッパにて電話レンジカッコ仮の監視、調整、情報収集。助手はメールを打ち続けろ。さまざまなパターンの文章を試せ。日本語、英語、全角半角、絵文字。
Full width, half width is a very Japanese thing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I assume so.
マユシーは？
Moral support!
マユリには買い出しを命じる。とりあえず
Okay, to go shop.
Banana
We need more bananas!
金はこの法王院教魔が出す。
オカリン太っ腹だね。
じゃあ岡部はレンジのドアの開け閉めね。
Yes, of course.
ひょー、刺身にタンポポの花を乗せる仕事並みの単純作業じゃね？
Also the most dangerous. Technically speaking.
いや、上司の判断は的確だ。おそらく D メール成否の鍵はレンジのドアを開けるタイミングにかかっている。
Sure.
あ、いや冗談で言ったんだけど。
Well, I guess it was apt to use that one.
レンジのドアの
He
開け
does
閉
that
め、
position a
こ
lot
の
of
法王
times,
院教魔に
so
任せるがい
it
い。
is not wrong to
神の
put
ごとき
that
正
in.
確さと修羅のごとき大胆さ、そ
That
し
is
て
true.
女性
But it
を
doesn't
扱
happen
う神
every
のごとき
stream.
繊細さを持って開け閉めしてやろう。
Never mind.
オカリンエッチ。
Yeah.
Yep.
なお、本作戦はトップシークレットである。誰にも漏らしてはならない。いいな。
Then stop shouting about it through an open window.
Yes, I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
では
I was like,
作
close
戦
the
名
damn
を
window.
発表する。
作戦名とかいらないから始めましょう。
What? I wouldn't name my operation.
なんだ。
You ruined my climactic scene.
Yeah.
Damn you, assistant. This is an outrage. Ooh, I talk like Mr. Mad Scientist. Afterwards, the D-mail experiment. Its name is Operation Erd.
The song's also called Erd. If you're wondering, they have a song called Erd.
Though I lost my chance to announce it. Continues for 2 hours.
Alright, Erd, the eldest of the 3 Norns, goddesses of fate in Norse mythology. The 3 sisters tend the world tree Yggdrasil, which has rooted Erd's fountain. Erd is the Norn of the past. In case you didn't know.
You didn't know this?
You didn't know?
No. I said, if you didn't know this,
Oh. A lot of people don't.
go learn some Norse mythology. It's cool. Honestly.
I'm
Quite
not
interesting.
disagreeing. I'm just saying a lot of people don't know jack shit about it.
Oh yeah. I know that. I know that much. But trust me, a lot of mythology is actually really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Some of the more ridiculous stuff is found in Greek mythology.
I would say Norse mythology has some pretty ridiculous stuff.
Well, I was more referring to Zeus and his fucking around. Literally.
I mean, it's kind of the same in the Roman version. A little bit less, but still fucking around.
It's still ridiculous.
I mean, he is supposedly the king of gods, so I suppose. Because he defeated...
That doesn't mean that he can
Because
go...
he defeated Kronos!
That doesn't mean he can go around and have sex with everyone.
Clearly it does. He's the only one who defeated Kronos. His other brothers were swallowed by Kronos.
That doesn't give him the right.
According to him, it does! He's an ass, so it doesn't matter. Gonk.
You think that's a case of us being too loud?
No, wasn't that Eichel?
No.
No?
It was from the radio.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
Why not? As I'm telling you, they can hear it.
I don't think it's loud enough that people will wake up from it. Is all.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think you understand how loud we're being.
Going from what I can hear from other apartments, it's not...
They're probably not shouting as much as we are.
Children certainly are. Sometimes I can hear they're shouting, but it's not that loud when it comes through everything. Not to a degree with that I would at least wake up from it.
You might not. Other people's might.
Yes, but I can only go from my own experience. I can't really go from anything else. I'm just saying, it's not really that loud.
Like, consider at my old apartment.
Yeah, but that one was also a lot more, like, soundy than this kind of building is. Alright? This is concrete.
I didn't hear my upstairs neighbors walking around on their floor. But apparently this person heard me walking around on my floor.
It could just be the floor. Who the fuck knows?
I don't know, but all I'm saying is...
I can't even hear when people vacuum clean in their apartments.
People have different tolerances. Oh, I can hear it.
I can.
And people react differently to different sounds.
I know. I'm just saying.
You shouldn't dismiss it.
I'm not dismissing it, I'm just saying I don't think that's what the sound was.
That means you're dismissing it.
No.
What?
I'm not dismissing the sound.
No. You're dismissing the fact that we're being loud and it...
I'm not dismissing that we've been loud, I'm just saying it doesn't correlate with the sound we heard. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying that's what it has to be. I am talking about the fact that we're loud and we can probably be disturbing our neighbors. I'm not saying that that sound exactly was a course of that, a correlation to that. I'm just saying we're loud and we could be disturbing our neighbors. And you're dismissing it.
I just don't think we're that loud.
You're not our neighbors. You're not hearing what they're
but
hearing.
You're also not our neighbors.
No, but you're not hearing what they're hearing. You should always consider that other people's...
I am. I'm just saying, I don't think we're loud right now. I'm consciously always trying to not be loud, so I am considering.
Yeah, but we were just shouting before.
Not shouting.
We were shouting.
I wouldn't call that shouting. Talking loudly, yes. But I wouldn't call it loud enough to be shouting. Besides, it doesn't really matter. Right now, we're streaming. That we discuss it, that is.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it after the stream?
Nope,
Cool.
not particular.
Okay.
Because we've had this discussion before.
And I'm adamant that we should be more considerate.
Hey, some of our neighbors are drilling at 8 p.m. in the evening. They're not allowed to. I can be allowed to be a little loud at times. Just saying.
Other people doing things they're not supposed to doesn't mean that we should do things we're not
No,
supposed
but it
to.
also means that they shouldn't expect us to not be loud sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
Still,
It doesn't matter, let's just continue.
yes.
You already read that.
During that time, every D-mail goes back in time without a hitch. Now it's time to take a break. We're all hungry, and except for Mayuri, we've been up since last night.
どうぞ休んでて。私はもうちょっとやってみるから。
Her scientist blood must be on fire.
Yeah!
Fire.
Fire.
We've made a number of discoveries,
Been made!
but we can't wait to assess them until after we eat. And we're stopping here.
Yes, because we've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, hello there.
Can they decide how big they want her boobs to be? Right now they look a lot bigger than what they've done before.
Yeah, it's animation, it's hard. It's
I
small. You have to remember the lines are drawn by hand.
I know,
So.
but still. Yes. What am I thinking?
What are you thinking?
All kinds of shit. Honestly.
Well, isn't that common for you?
Yes. I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay. It just sounded like it was unusual.
No. Well, if it sounded like that, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
It's not how I meant it. Blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
Blah, blah.
Okay, you can stop that now.
Is it getting annoying?
A little bit.
Okay.
It's funny the first few times, but if you keep going...
Oh, I was more signaling that I was saying goodbye. And that I was gonna end the stream.
do that properly, please. At the very least.
I just don't want to do the whole spiel. Tired.
Yeah, the only way the stream's gonna end is if we get going with it.
We'll be back again on Wednesday
Wednesday. For
at
more Steins game.
8 p.m. Central European Time.
Yes.
Refer to our banner for information about our schedule.
Yes, for our regular schedule.
Otherwise, we'll see you next time.
You're not gonna say anything else?
I don't want to.
Okay, fine.
I'm tired.
Okay.
I want to stop.
Okay.
I have been waiting to get to the end of this for quite a while. I just want to... Also, I have to put this on. But anyways, we'll see you guys next time.
Discussing.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Bye!